Alrighty. Alrighty, that works. What shall we run? I don't know. Yeah, let's start off with that one. Poles. Okay, now this one, and I want that to be like that. Yeah. I done screwed up a programming somewhere on this one. Okay, luckily I got my cheat sheet here. We're going to reprogram this thing real quick. What do I need here? Number 8. 2, 8. Okay, that's done. Programming track, CV3, 125. CV4, 75. CV6, 70. CV12 is 10. 133 is 45. 135 is 160. 136 is 130. 138 is 160. 208 is 255. 227 is 14. 232 is 20. And 246 is 4. $36 is 20. 37. No, 36 is 30. 37 is 20. 36 is 30. 43 is 91. 46 is 17. 48 is 19. 55 is 51. 56 is 11. And 58 is 5. Hey, Tom. Okay, this should be going on this one. Alrighty, let's try this again. There we go. Oh, I'm still in reverse. I didn't think that was on all the way. Alrighty. I have no clue how that all got messed up. What do we want? Freight? Let's go all box. Go, damn it. Looks like I might need to add a light over there. Alrighty, so we can start this guy up. We'll start this guy up. What shall we do in the inside? We're gonna do GP30. That goes that way. This will go that way. as I said on my book, how are y'all doing today? Hey, AT. I need more switches. Oh man, we got to get you to the hobby shop then. You want to go to the hobby shop. And these are the droids you're looking for. Hey, Tom. Yeah, it's been a minute since I streamed. I didn't do one last week. I don't know. I can't remember why. But I got my turntable literally all fixed up now. It's beautiful. Oh, I got that. The Navy unit is a nice unit. I'm telling you. Well, you saw mine. I actually got my eye on one of the new ones. They just dropped a new batch of SD70s. And a few, actually 3 of them caught my eye. I can't wait. I just got an SD70. It's coming. The very rare Illinois terminal that was a, was that Hobby Time distributor exclusive, and none of the hobby shops around me dealt with Hobby Time, so I couldn't even order it. Shit, I wish mine wasn't I'll call it 3 hours now. It's roughly taken me, I don't know why. It takes me an hour. It took me an hour, and I'm driving the same. It took me an hour to get from my house to Civilization, but now it takes an hour and a half in my new car. I don't know how. Lombard, I love Lombard. I could go there. I could live at Lombard. I really could. What the hell did I go in for? this switch. I went in for this switch, and that's when I saw my ES44, the number 44, on the sales shelf. And I love their sales shelf, Matt. $160 for a BLI sound locomotive. They had an Aurora Miniatures locomotive for $160. That was DCC sound also. No, I guarantee you the speedometer is not off. I just think it's more and more people are using the street I use. I take the backcountry road versus, it's the same amount of time, it's the same speed limit, you know, legally 55, we do 70 on this road. So it's pretty much the same as the expressway, except it's $5 cheaper. The expressway is now $5 to get from where I am into like civilization land, which is the Chicagoland area, which goes out to the Fox River. Dallas Darling? What? What are you talking about? I don't know. Dallas Darling. Yeah, no, I don't recognize that for any SD70 from BLI. Unless that's one of the names for their new military stuff. I didn't look at the names of those. I got my eye on the MP Heritage unit, although I'm not getting them. The SD70s are just too new. Same with the ES44s. I kind of went overboard on new locos. What was it? Oh, the Heritage unit, the demo unit. There was a third one in there. Oh, what am I doing here? What am I doing? I'm stupid. There we go. I can't wait for my glowworm to get here. Oh my God. I actually canceled the Rapido box set. I opted to get the SD70 from BLI. I ordered the Cardinal models, Berkshire, the nickel plate number 760 a couple days ago. They do. No, I'm going to do this from the desktop. I'll be right back. There you go, AT. That's the Western Pacific Heritage Unit. And the SD70s from BLI are super, super nice. It's the only diesel for BLI that they make in a metal shell. Everything else is plastic. It's a fucking disease, I'm telling you. You know what? I gotta go back and look. I gotta find out what this Dallas Darling is. I saw the Christmas one. Why didn't you just say the D-Day engine? Well, the problem is I used to be a druggie and it was cheaper. Oh, screwed that up. But it is D-Day. The only time they ever used the black and white stripes was on D-Day. Anything with the black and white stripes is D-Day. It was a thing that they painted on all the aircraft like the day before D-Day, so they knew who to shoot at and who not to. Honestly, I'm not a big lover of the fake locomotives. I really am not. It's just for, I mean, $160, I couldn't not buy it. But it worked out because I'm calling it an ES58 ACI, which looks exactly like an ES44, except it's a V16 instead of a V12. Yeah. That's what I said. That's why I have it. The Western Maryland one I actually went for because I couldn't get the IT terminal, or the IT one, although I did just get it. I'm wondering how much they paid of it. And there was nothing wrong with it either. Like, I don't know why it was so cheap. It runs great. It works. Everything works. I looked at it. There's no damage. Which reminds me, I got to contact BLI and bitch at them again. Because also in the new SD70 line, I can't remember, the other one I was looking at had flags on it. And on one, they show the flags in the correct position, stars forward. On the 3D renderings, they show them the wrong way though. On the, like the, how do I say this? BLI does two different drawings. They do like a, what I call a cartoon drawing, which, well, they do like a cartoon type drawing, and then they do the CGI rendering. The cartoon drawing, where it shows the top, the bottom, the side, the front, the back, like the 6 view, that's correct, but the 3D renderings are incorrect. Which I like to say I'm partly the reason why they're correct on one of them, because I called and bitched about all the CSXs that they did wrong for the past, like, what, 3 years now? Oh man, see, I don't mix. I gotta get ball joints for my car yet. I need to get shocks, rear shocks for the car. I need to fix a small oil leak, which is easy to fix. I think that's it for the car. As for the trains, oh man, I don't even, I kind of have my eye on another GS4, although I don't think that'll happen. I got the Yellow Jacket coming up. I got the Cardinal models coming up. There's also the BLI Burke and the BLI ATSF 2900 that's coming up within the next year. This is all in the next year. Yeah, I think that's it. The only thing I have on order is the Yellow Jacket and the Cardinal Models Burke. I also have my eye on the Athearn Genesis Big Boy. What is it? 27? Yeah, I think it's 4027. A two-tone gray oil burner with smoke shields. Again, I'm not ordered. I canceled the Rapido Western Pacific Bicentennial set when I found the Illinois Terminal, because that's always been on my list. Oh, I'm sure more will be on order soon, because I'm expecting them to drop another steam engine or two soon. The three that are fighting are Trains Firearms. Don't even know what that is. 1989 International 9370. Oh, okay, I get that out. That's the three Hobbies. I thought those were locomotives. I'm like, huh? Mine is trains, radios, I can't really say photography is one anymore because they don't really do that. I like the old 35mm stuff. They have a Western Maryland in the refurb shop right now, polls. They also had another one. They had two Club Locos in the refurb shop as of this morning. Along with 44. The U.S. Navy 44. I saw one of those this morning too. See, the problem with me is most of the stuff coming out is all current diesel. They don't really, yes, they make old diesels. I'm not going to say they don't make old diesels, but they're not coming out with them as much as I'd like, I should say. And the old diesels that they are coming out with are cookie cutter diesels. Yeah, I'm kind of disappointed on their Club Loco for HO. I was actually really hoping that they would do the N-scale engine in the HO. Especially since they just did a run of those last year in N-scale, and they're doing another run with the Club Loco. HO hasn't had a Reading T1 in like 4 or 5 years, I think. I think the last time was 01 or I'm sorry, 01. 21 or 22 that they came out with it. I want to see the Dreyfus come back. I want the Dreyfus. I want the Yellow Bell. I want anything that's not aerodynamic, Art Deco, the streamlined stuff. No, that's a Challenger. $39.85. Club Loco, Broadway Limited from 2024? Yeah, it's 2026. 2025 was the Western Maryland. The Challenger was 2024. Okay, you know what? I need to look at that. GP30 523 is 17. Oh, that's why. Can I program this on the fly? Well, watch me screw everything up now. Two, CV135. Let's jump that up to 150. Nope, it's not going to take it. So I'll get that when it comes back around. I need a pencil. A Vectron. Isn't that like a 1960s game? I think I remember playing that at my uncle's house. Oh man, I will never buy another Hornby after the River Rossi Hornby Heisler debacle. I would rather opt to go buy an old River Rossi, a real one. So, I want program oh, that's why I'm a dumbass. Okay. CV 135, data 150, and 138. 138 is 150. Oh, that's much better. KD 10, KD number 5. Or at least it should still be, unless they change the body. But the Athearn crane used to be KD number 5. Bell's good. Horn could probably go up a little bit more yet. And this is why I keep my programming book. I literally make multiple sheets out for each locomotive. First sheet is my basic data of the real loco and my history that I make up, along with its real history. Second page is a customized copy of the function sheet, because I change all my functions around. Third sheet is a custom CV set. And the fourth sheet is the custom CV set for the function buttons, because again, I change them around. Now that's something I have been watching. I love that i5. The wheels on it are awesome looking. I want one of the ones with the script lettering that actually says the New Haven, oh shit. New York, New Haven, and Hartford? That's what it is. Okay, I'm liking that Hornet 150. I might jack it to 160. I'm not sure yet. See, the problem with BLI is their volume is just so goddamn loud, and I think that's a lot of problem why people think it sounds like crap. The first thing I do on any BLI is turn the master volume down a lot. Like, what's my Blue Goose is 35. It's originally 128. I would actually get a German steam engine if I could find one. Yeah, the Centipede is my favorite hateable engine. I did not want two. I only wanted the one. The A unit, or I should say the A1 unit with the antennas. Because of how it's designed and my layout, because it's such a long loco, I have dips in my track that I lose traction, so I had to get a second one. I can read through most typos. I'm a trained professional. I actually got a GG1. So the Centipede is a 4884. Obviously times 2. The Centipede, or not the Centipede, the GG1 is a 4664. I actually have one of those on the way too. It's at I bought it from BLI. It's in the refurb, or it's in the tech shop getting reprogrammed before they even send it to me. Might as well not send it to me. I have my custom settings that you can't change. I got to send each decoder back. So far, the Challenger is done and the Western Maryland is done. The Centipedes don't need to be done. They're fine. The Shays need to be done. The GS4 needs to get done. Eventually, I'm going to do them all. I'm going to take what they call ducking, horn ducking, completely off. It's honestly the dumbest feature I've ever heard of. It mutes the sound while you play the horn. So once the horn is done, you hear the sound ramp back up. And that just annoys me. And I found this all out because of the Challenger. When I would blow the horn from factory, the sound would just mute. And I had them just take ducking, I had them remove the ducking, and I love the sound of that thing now. Speaking of, yeah, that one's gonna need to get done too. You know what? I would love to just to go like BLI. Send someone out here up to Illinois with the programmer. You can do all my engines at once. I honestly don't know. But it's literally 4 settings. And you can change them, but it's only per use. Once you turn it off and turn it back on, you got to reset it each time. And I'm not dealing with that, so I'm just having them hard set from the factory. CV274, CV277, CV280 and CV283. 255 means it's no. If you set it at 255, there's no ducking. Wait, what? What do you, did I miss something? What did BLI make the chassis? BLI doesn't have any flexible chassis. They're all solid metal chunks. Incidentally, scale trains do not make steam engines. Per se. Scale Trains only makes diesels. Fox Valley Models, which was a separate company that BLI bought, does the steam. Fox Valley Models is literally Fox Valley. Like a half hour from me, Fox Valley. They were an Illinois company. But sadly, I won't touch them either anymore because Scale Trains owns them now. I had a Scale Trains. That was like one of the first engines I bought. Was a Conrail GP30 Scale Trains. And in the first 5 minutes of me running it, it fell apart. It ran over its own sanding tube and ripped it right off the locomotive. And then I had a problem because I have all BLI, and BLI startup is F9. So I'm used to hitting F9. So I ended up putting the drive hold on it, and it wouldn't go nowhere. So I'm like, okay, Scale Trains. How do I switch the F9 and the F8 button? I want F9 to start it up, and I want F8 to do the drive hold. Their comment was, we know the answer, but we won't tell you. And that's when I just snapped. Like, I wish I would have never bought this piece of shit. I honestly hate it. They're like, okay, take it back to the hobby shop and we'll buy it back. Thank you. Yes, Paragon is proprietary. But Paragon does things that you can't do with any other, as far as I know. Oh, I don't know. I have Lock Sound and I have Paragon. I don't have Tsunami yet. And wasn't there a fourth one? No, there's only three. Tsunami, Lock Sound, and Paragon. But Paragon's nice because you can change the functions. Like on all my locomotives, the grade crossing is setting 30. The long whistle is setting 20. The coupler slack is setting 17. The horn toggle is setting 19. Freight sounds is setting 51, and air pump is setting 5. The F buttons correspond with, like, CV 3 is 36, 2 would be 35, 1 would be 34, 0 would be 36. So CV 36 to whatever. And then you just put the setting in, and the setting is what designates what it does. On Lock Sound, it's not like that at all. I was able to figure it out. My Lock Sounds start with F9 now. I used JMRI. The only thing I haven't been able to figure out is on my EA and my C30-7, they got the truck lights. And I know there's a way to do it, I don't know how to do it. I want those to come on only when the locomotive is stopped. But like I said, I haven't been able to figure that out yet. I did the settings, I put it to, you know, only do it when it's stopped, and it didn't work, so I don't know. And that's my biggest, that's a problem I had with not Lock Sound, with Scale Trains, is they were too detailed. There was too much shit to break by itself. Here I am with my shaky hands and my almost blind eyes trying to glue a little, literally a 1/4 inch rubber tube up into a truck. You don't need all that crap. If you really want, I mean, at what point does a rivet counter just become stupid? Well, these are electric motors. They're not a gasoline engine. I want a gasoline engine in my HO train. To me, that's the same thing as, oh, you got the rivets wrong. Who cares? I mean, as long as you got the panel line there, that's fine. They're model trains. They're not exact you know, you can't get exact representation because every single engine was different. BLI is one of the greatest companies for steam engines. In fact, I would say it's the best company for steam engines. And they can't even get everything right. They only did 2 of the 5? No, hold on. They did the first one. They're missing the second one. They're missing the third one. They got the 4th, 5th, and 6th. 4th, 5th, and 6th was all the one body style. Because the Goose had its skirts cut off in sections because it was just a pain in the butt to do maintenance on it. We're going to shut the smoke down, let that do a lap to cool down, and then I'll refill it. I only put like 4 drops in there. I mean, I'm stuck up, I guess, in my old age. I have mostly BLI, a couple Rapidos. When I first set up, I was only buying BLI. I have switched diesels. I'm now buying from Rapido. The diesels from Rapido are honest, even though they're lock sound, they're nicer than the BLI ones. I will never buy a Bowser again. Looks good, but not enough features. Only a headlight. No number board lights, no class lights, no cab light, no cab interior. But yet it's the same price as a BLI diesel with cab interior, cab lights. Shit, some of them have smoke. Oh crap, I forgot to load again. You're talking about micro machines? Is that what you're the mini trains? Good luck. The micro machine trains are bank. That's a ripoff. When you can, yeah, I'll take the BLI one. I only paid $6 for this one. Oh, so Raymond, AHM Tempo, made in Yugoslavia. My BL2. That's what it is. They did make an AC-12. It's been a long time since they produced it. I would assume, well, let me rephrase. I've never seen an AC-12 from BLI, as far as I know, but the exploded view diagram is in the documents. Hauling around my old Concorde J3A. Yeah, well, see, I guess I'm stuck up. If it runs on a battery, it's not a model train, it's a toy. A model train is what people would consider a fine scale model. Yeah, the one I had was an AC4. That was the first BLI I ever bought on my old layout. It was a Paragon 3. I ended up selling it to my brother. He got a great deal. But I seen it. They have the AC4 and 5, and then the 9, 10, no, not, yeah, 9, 10, 11, 12. I know I've seen AC-12 in BLI stuff, documentation. Are you talking about the brass ones? The old brass Rivarossis? Okay, so that would be the NW150s. Hey, Poles, made you a mod so you can post links. Okay, this gets removed. And that goes in its place. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Okay. I'll move my laptop here. Yeah, that's the D-Day. Hence why they call it Dallas Darling, D-Day. Because some countries, it's illegal to say like Nazi, and it's illegal to mention D-Day. Some countries are all fucked up. So as an international company, they have to abide by other countries' rules and shit like that. Since I'm here, so I was looking at the yellow demo. Oh, what the hell series is that? The Landmark series and the Missouri Pacific Heritage. Those were the three I was looking at. But the Air Force, the U.S. Air Force train is the one I need to ask a question on, because their renders they have two different renders. One with the flag the correct way, and then one without the flag, or with the flag the incorrect way. Bachmann actually made, a lot of people don't know this, Bachmann made a gold-plated GS4 when, what were your, 86 when Tough Guys came out? They're not as good as you think. If you're going to get a Mantua, get the red leather box Mantua Collectibles Mantua. I had a Franklin Mint. Oh, I hated it. It was, well, first of all, it looked like shit, because half of it was unpainted. It was the Southern Locomotive with all the brass fitting, all the brass detail parts that were just plain brass. They weren't painted. They looked like crap. I had the Rainier, I think it, or Raymond or something like that. It was, I think it was a paper company. It was a 2662 saddle tank engine with a tender. Numbered 1, it had the certificate of authenticity, 0001. No. To be quite, I love BLI. I will never buy another one of their passenger cars ever again. Their coupler system completely sucks. And supposedly the coupler system that's on my cars are better than the coupler system that are on those Zephyr cars. Plus they got really weird they got like green windows. It's not right. No. And wasn't the Zephyr set a 16 car? I'm not sure. Honestly, the best passenger cars to buy are the Roundhouse Athearn set. The Overton. The cars that are on this track, the Overlands, the heavyweights and the smooths, and not the heavyweight, the Harman Arch car, Arch roof car. There's a reason why I'm running this set and not the BLI set, because the BLI set doesn't run good. This I can run all damn day and know nothing will happen. The BLI set, they keep derailing. Yeah, honestly, Raymond, you're right. These are from 1964. I put new wheels on them and redid the couplers, and these are the best damn cars I've ever had. Oh, you can't see it. Old AHM. I'm like really behind. God, I hate this laptop. That's what I need to get. I need to get a network card. 25, 30 footer should work. Is that what that is? Because these things suck. What happens is when they go around the corner, when they go around the corner, the coupler gets stuck. And it'll still be going straight, but the coupler will be over, like it's going through a curve. I've tried everything. Longer shank. I put the long shanks on there, thinking that it was maybe, you know, a butting end issue. I've tried oiling the whole mechanism. They're beautiful cars. They run great for like, I don't know, I usually have a problem about after an hour where I start getting derailings on the switches over there by the station, because I go into the passing siding for the station. But honestly, I'm going to stick with my Roundhouse Athearn. And the AHM cars. Like I said, BLI, top line, and Steam. Their freight cars are great. The 4 tanker cars that match on the inside line, not the Union 76. The other 4, those are all BLI. My 3-bay hoppers are BLI. Those run fine. The passenger cars, I'm not happy with. Same thing with Walthers. I'm not happy with the Walthers cars either. I got this diner, and when it goes around corners, it shorts the whole layout out. I don't know what the hell it's doing. My guessing is because it has those stupid metal trucks. Yeah, because all their locos are standard coupler design. The cars, they actually have wing. Oh man, where's those pieces? Here they are. Ooh. So this is the design of the coupler. The coupler would snap into the end here. Coupler goes in there. And that's the good one. The other one, the pins are more like a wishbone. They come out more like a V. And how the hell would you even fix that? Like, I don't know. And what pisses me off is I can't be the only one with these problems. And no one is talking about it. These things are $130 a pop, and no one's talking about these problems. I am still working on my interior car, my car interior guy, to try to get him to do AHM cars, because he only does the Overtons, the Overlands, the arch roofs, and the Athearn passenger cars. The more you try to improve shit, the more you're gonna fuck it up. I'm a firm believer in that. I don't think a weight would short a car, because the weight wouldn't touch it. The weight is like in the car, not touching the rails. Oh, that was a big goober out of that thing. That's why the pipe was clogged. I guess that means I gotta take this thing apart and clean it again. No. I got that car like 6 months ago. Lombard Hobby has a ton of Walther's cars. I'm wondering, as the bay window caboose just passed me, I'm wondering if my interior guy makes interiors for a bay window caboose. I mean, some cars you can tell by just the look. Obviously, you see a box car that's made out of wood, you know it's an old one. And, you know, a 40-foot box car, which is what all these are, you know, you can tell they're, because the box cars now, they're long. At least the box cars I see on trains they're like passenger car long. Already has that. They have what's the word I'm looking for? Like a plastic washer. So I was thinking, it's this. So I put some electrical tape so it can't touch no more. But even that didn't help. I'm gonna stick with my AHM cars. They're great. The only problem you might have with those is a warped truck. And then you just buy another car and use, you know, for a parts car. The black roof are the Athearn made that I just bought brand new like last year. The silver roofs are old 1960s roundhouse cars that I bought, and then I bought extra coach cars from the new set and transferred the frame and the wheel set and everything. Oh, Rapido cars are awesome. The brown, this one, and this one are all Rapido. I got those three cars and the C30-7 Conrail from the mystery box. And I'm already gearing up. That's another reason why I'm canceling some of the locomotives. I'm already gearing up to buy multiple mystery boxes this Christmas from Rapido. They're not too light. They run fine. The NMRA is a moron. They're a bunch of morons. They really are. Buy our NMRA coupler gauge. All you got to do is buy an Athearn boxcar and put a number 5 coupler in it. That's what your gauge is. That's what their gauge was made off of, is a number 5 coupler on an Athearn boxcar from a blue box kit. Your car should weigh this much. Why? If that's the case, engines are way too light. Everyone, oh, the boxcar is not heavy enough. Well, your engine is way light. It should be like 8 times as heavy as it is. The Athearn well cars always had that problem. Always had that problem. Because I had them, I had a well car, oh shit, 1992? I bought it brand new and it never stood up, it never stayed on the track. And honestly, I've ran stuff without weights in it at all back in the day. We're going to kick this up a little bit. Not necessarily poles. Seriously, Kato runs shit good. Oh man, let me tell you, once you've seen a Rapido boxcar, none of those look good anymore, seriously. I loved my 2 yellow UP cars until I got those Rapido cars, and then they look like shit. The problem with Athearn is they're still using molds from like 1960s. The 3 box cars are Rapido, and my 3 flat cars. The one that the train is on, I got a navy one, and then the Amtrak orange one. like this Illinois terminal caboose, I just bought that last year. That's brand spanking new, yet it's the same exact mold as they used in the blue boxes. All the grab irons and everything are molded into the shell. It just looks like crap compared to the New Haven. The New Haven is an Atlas that used, it was a Centralia car model. Atlas bought the Centralia car model mold, so they do it now, and that looks awesome. Separately applied grab rails and all that stuff. It's not paint, you know, not molded in, painted on. I don't know. I've never seen one, so I can't say. But all I know is if the BLI F unit is anything like the E units, I doubt that's anything close to what they do now. Oh, I don't have the E unit right now. That's at BLI. I got an EMC EA from BLI, and then I got a Rapido E8. I've never seen anything as detailed from back in the day. And Freshmen would be back in the day. I haven't heard them since like the 1980s and 90s. I mean, I'll look into them. It's always good to know, you know, another outlet. Honestly, the only engine I would, as of right now, the only engine I would buy used is the Lifelike / Walthers original Proto Steam Heritage line of the 080. Note to myself, by number 5 couplers, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, yeah, a lot. The one thing Athearn really does suck on nowadays is the couplers. I hate the Athearn couplers. McHenry. I want to say the one I had that I really disliked was McHenry's. I mean, no offense, people. You can't beat KD. KD's like the pinnacle. They've been around forever. They perfected it. It's the best shit you can get. It really is. Well, BLI is KD. Albeit plastic KD. It's not the metal number 5 KD. It's the plastic number whatever the hell it is. I don't know. Oh, good, because I want a fucking Garrett. I've been looking at a Garrett lately. What's that company that just got bought out? Shit. Hagen and AccuRail, AccuScale, something like that. They're coming out with the Garrett. Don't buy Bachmann at all. They suck. Bachmann engine dead. Bachmann engine dead. Bachmann engine dead. Bachmann engine from 1984 that finally died last year. That was my original train. That was my first train. My 1964 Mantua still runs somewhat. See, MTA, remote couplers. So you're talking about the big scale, the Lionel. Because MTH was laughed out of the HO market for what they did with the HO trains. I still remember that debacle. Holy shit. I knew probably 50 or 60 people that had MTH locomotives that they couldn't run for over a year because they were waiting for fucking parts. Specifically motors. Motors? Or motors and decoders? Or decoders? I don't know. There was a lot of problems with MTH. I don't know. I learned. I'm never. MTH is never going on here, or at least I'm never buying an MTH. I'm not going to waste the money. Bachmann never. Scale trains never. At least locos. I got a couple cars, but they're not the best either because they're just too detailed. You can't even pick it up. Hornby, never again. I'll buy an old River Aussie from the 90s. No, when did River Aussie close? 2008? Yeah, buying a locomotive and having it turn out to be a shelf queen, really. I mean, I think people should get sued for that shit. No. Don't get the new one. Get the older one. Look for, it's a more square box than rectangle. And there'll be a rolled up stock sheet in the box. You want that version. I have a Rolling Thunder, but I don't have it hooked up because I don't have a subwoofer. I tried to like work it out with my parents where I would like steal their subwoofer for a week from their stereo, but that didn't go over well. Because I don't want to buy a subwoofer and then be like, it's not worth it. Or it's not going to work in my specific... Because I got neighbors. The walls that you're looking at, they're thin as fuck. Like they could probably literally hear what I'm talking. The walls are that thin. And it just so happens it's the bedrooms that are next to each other. So I don't know if a Rolling Thunder would even be feasible. Oh, for an FA1, I would definitely get the Rapido. I'm all about DCC sound, though. I really don't buy DC stuff, or even DCC ready. The sound stuff holds their value more, because it's the standard... I lost the word. I don't know. I can't figure the word. It's a standard, like, thing to do. Like, if I wanted to, I could sell pretty much any one of my locomotives for more than I bought it for. If it was a DC or DCC ready, I don't think they would talk me down. How did I get a blister inside of a blister? Wow. Now that's fucking talent right there. That is one thing I'm hoping BLI gets their gear in, is starting to make smaller locos. I mean, I know they won't make a 440. Like, I'd like to see a 262 from BLI. Well, I'm out of dew. I'll be back. I gotta go get another bottle. Oh, and I might as well take a bio break. No, you're wrong on that. BLI makes a 280. They also make an 060. Rapido makes a 260 and a 460, I think. Athearn makes uh 280 and a 460, I think. But the Athearn ones look kind of crappy. Definitely go pre-Hornby though. But I posted a link to a place just to show you what the box looks like. But that's the Rivarossi boxes that you want to buy. They were still pure Rivarossi, and to this day, that locomotive still holds the award for the best Allegheny ever made. Well, Bachmann, honestly, Bachmann's on their way out. Anyone, I mean, you got to be stupid to buy Bachmann nowadays. They're just so expensive they're not quality enough for their price. The little blue, right in the station cam, right in front of the Doodle Bug is that blue. That was the 45 tonner from Bachmann. $70, DCC. No sound. But now they're asking, I mean, $799 for that shitty ass Shay that they're coming out with. With a plastic shell, it's going to be super light, with no traction tires, won't be able to haul anything. Oh. Well, that sucked. Okay. Again, nope. 24, 22, 19. Hell, even my Challenger can run on the 19. Oh, this is going to be loud. This is going to be way loud. Cover your ears, guys. Sorry about that. I spilled tobacco. Dude, I love that little shop vac I got for free. I don't know where the hell my old neighbor got it, but I love that thing. Oh, for sure. Back when they used brass gears and shit like that. My dad had a 440 Genoa, the Virginian, the V&T Genoa with the brass gear from Rivarossi at Italy. Oh, that's right. I wanted to get my dude, damn it. So I'm loving my. You don't ever see it. It's in the wall. On Amazon, it was an outlet that was. It was a big hole, and like paintbrush bristles going back and forth. So you can just. It's a run through for cords. That's the best damn $10 I ever spent. It's so easy to get cords from this room to the other room now. The joys of being single. This is half of my bedroom. Actually, 3/4 of my bedroom. And then the computer and everything is in the den, the next room over. Well, I warned you, Raymond. I had the River Ross Sea Blue Goose, which was my very first Blue Goose. Loved it at the time. I shouldn't say I loved it. I dealt with it at the time. Because even back then I knew it was completely wrong. That one's good. I realized I never did check all my cameras yet. I think the water tower and the station need to be turned up a little bit. Okay, a little bit more fine tuning we did. I turned the water tower and the station up a little bit and the main mic down a little bit. We got about a half hour before loco change. If you want to see anything, let me know. Man, why am I craving Pizza Hut pan pizza cheese? I just went totally retarded when I was saying that. For some reason, I'm craving a Pizza Hut pan cheese pan pizza. I don't know why. Fix that welder. There we go. Oh, I just realized I don't have it up on the screen anymore. I got as delivered Shay, an in-service Shay, GS4, an FEF, Blue Goose, Black Goose, Bloody Nose GP30, the Wheeling and Lake Erie GP35, RS3 Hammerhead, ES44 Western Maryland, C30-7 Conrail, the Navy Loco, the Amtrak FA. Man, I really want my EM or my EA back. It's like another probably 7 weeks before they get to it. Amtrak Day 1, the U.S. Navy 44, Conrail C30-7, Western Maryland ES44, Bloody Nose SP GP30, Wheeling and Lake Erie GP35, RS3 Hammerhead, the FEF3, or I'm sorry, the FEF2, the GS4, the C&O Shay, the GC&E Shay, the Black Goose, and the Blue Goose. The Black Goose is by far my rarest locomotive. As of right now, I still have to get the production number of the glowworm I'm getting. That may be above or below that one, I don't know. I used to have a roster up on the screen. but when I added the more cameras, I had to get rid of it. I think tonight I'm going to redo my little setup. I'm going to add so I can do full screens of each camera too. Oh, I love the Challenger. Luckily, someone either canceled their order or died or something. Their misfortune is my benefit, and that was an extra unit I got from the refurb shop. That's where I got my Rolling Thunder. The Rolling Thunder came with the 2024 Club Loco, the Challenger. I didn't necessarily want $39.85, but I'm really happy I got it. I've always loved $39.85. Shane Hammer? Okay. Hammerhead. Okay, that'll be passenger. I'll throw the Shea on the inside. And the ES44 will do the Challenger. Okay. That's why I love my diesels with my steam generators in them. The Hammerhead has a steam generator. There's actually there's actually one more locomotive that's now on my bucket list, and I just added that. It's an Athearn. It's either an Athearn or an Atlas. It's a GEU something or other, Santa Fe 350. The same locomotive, albeit back in the day they did it on the wrong body. But my very first locomotive was Santa Fe 350. And that has a steam generator in it also. As for the Shea, I'll give you a choice. The 1903 CNO number 7 with the as delivered boiler color, or the Greenbrier Cheat and Elk in service number 14. It just so happened the GC&E is who laid the rails that Cass Railroad or Cass Scenic Railroad uses. That used to be GC&E line. They're both the same locomotive. They're just different paint jobs. Honestly, the Shay was so nice. I liked the Shay so much, I actually bought a second one, which I was not planning on. And I actually liked the second one better than the first one. Even though the second one was a refurb. What's the Hammerhead? What's a Hammerhead? An RS3 Hammerhead. It's a passenger version of the RS3. You'll see it. I'll be running it in 20 minutes. Noon to 3, 3 to 6, 6 to 9, 9 to 12. Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, unless something emergency comes up where I have to leave, but I don't think anything's coming up. Obviously, I don't have anything planned coming up. But yeah, when I do streams, I do real streams. I'm not gonna waste 4 hours to do a 4-hour stream. I'm the master of long streams. I used to do 72 and 24-hour streams all the time back in the fish days. Like 10 years, 8 years ago? God, 8 years ago. No, that can't be. Yeah, almost 8 years ago now. Holy shit. GC&E? Okay. I ordered the C&O because it had the what they call the prototype boiler, or they also call it demo paint scheme. I loved the demo paint scheme on my cab forward that I had back in the day. I was under the impression it was going to be the same, but it's not. It's like a more clay green than like I think it should be. Still beautiful locomotive. I don't like the green. I don't know how to explain it. The coloring that they showed in the pictures is not what the coloring is on the engine. By the time the Bachmann Shay came out, I was kind of winding down already. But again, like you, I'm glad I didn't get it because, dude, I would have been pissed. They send out a bunch of locomotives with bad gears. It was so bad that Northwest Shortline actually made a gear kit to re-gear the Shay to actually make it run. Back in the day, I had an old River Aussie Heisler. Wish I still had it. Don't know where that went either. I bought the Hornby Heisler, and that thing was, oh my God. Talking about, dude, box of rocks in a washing machine. That's what it sounded like, seriously. Like, I didn't even need sound. It sounded like a diesel going down the track. My original plan was I was going to get one BLI Shay and one of the new Bachmann Shays. But when I found out the Bachmann Shay was $799, I said, screw that. For that price, it better come with a hooker and a blowjob. $800 for a Bachmann. And from what I understand, Bachmann DCC sound is like all locked down. You can't really do much with it. At least the Bachmanns that I had so far, they weren't sound, they were DC only. But man, you could barely do anything with them. Momentum and your V max and mid and min. That's pretty much all you could change. I gotta say, I love this Norfolk and Western a lot better than my Southern Pacific GP30. I don't know, I just love long hood forward stuff. I'm a steam guy. Uh-oh. Special design for a Loco. What are we talking about? You know, for some reason, the special design that you just talked about, for some reason, the 21st Century Limited popped into my brain. People probably don't even know what that is. At one point, back in, I want to say the 90s, maybe late 80s, they were talking about rebuilding a Dreyfus for the 21st Century Limited. Obviously, that never took off. Oh, an unlettered? Shit. If it was a steam... Bought a train... If it was a steam engine, 125 is a great price for a steam engine. You really don't... to design a... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What do we got here? Oh. Still flood warning? Jesus Christ, it hasn't rained in like 8 days. Oh, I would have definitely jumped on that. Fuck. That's a really good deal. Diesels are really easy to design. The steam engines, those are actually quite hard to design. Because you got to design in all the rods and shit that move back and forth also. That's why steam engines are notoriously more expensive than diesels. Always have been. And I know you could get a lifelike 440 for like $9.99 at Toys R Us back in the day, but that was just two rods. That wasn't real drive rods at all. It was a rod connecting the the wheels, and then a rod going from the rear wheel up to the cylinder. There was nothing else in the linkage. And those things were great, man. I love that little 440. 800 mile an hour scale speed going around my 4x8 layout. Ooh. Ooh. A J70. Oh, tell me you're going to be painting it gray and pink. No, gray and purple. And please tell me you're going to name it Astro Train. Oh my God, that would be so fucking awesome. Honestly, the Bachmann 484 was a great fucking train. I had the Bachmann Plus GS4 4449. Beautiful engine. As detailed as the BLI, and I'm dead serious. From what I remember, it's been a long while, and I've looked at pictures. It's as good as detailing outside as the BLI. Maybe not the lighting and shit like that, but the actual body itself. And it ran beautifully around my 4x8 for years. I didn't beat the crap. I mean, the most I pulled on it was maybe like, 10 boxcars or something. I didn't load it up with cars and blew. And it smoked. The Bachmann had smoke too. Oh yeah. The one thing I will never ever mess with is the wheels on a steam engine. I will pay someone to do that shit. You turn that one wheel just a little bit and get it out of course. Oh, you're fucked for the rest of your life. That being said, the Heisler, I remember disassembling that whole damn thing. You know what? Maybe it was a Heisler problem to begin with. I did rebuild that. Did I send back a Heisler that I could have fucking fixed? Because I remember I fixed my original one. I took it all apart and I realized what the problem was. And it was a simple fix too. It was 4 fucking screws. 2 screws that held the motor tight to the frame. 2 screws that went in from the bottom that held the transmission to the frame. You loosened those 2 screws up. You ran it just a little bit and you tightened it up. And it because the motor and the transmission weren't meshed right. They had to get realigned, and then it was quiet as fuck. I did do that to that Heisler. So even back in the 90s, they had a problem with the noise on the Heislers. I fixed myself. Not pink, purple. Purple and gray. Transformers, Astro Train. Actually, it would be gray, purple, and black. No, gray and purple. That's one train I would actually buy. If they came out with an actual, it might have not been a J7. I know it was a J something for Astro Train. If they came out with a purple, J whatever the hell it was, I would so buy that. Oh, I forgot to do that, damn it. Oh, and going back to the River Rossi Allegheny, that Model Railroader HQ, that link I posted, they're expensive because they actually, when they buy the locomotive, they disassemble it completely, clean it, rebuild it complete. It's like a brand new locomotive when you get it. It's not something that you would like buy off of eBay. You can get them a lot cheaper off of eBay. And it's DCC ready. The locomotives in those boxes with that stock certificate rolled up, those are all DCC ready. No, it's not a D51, that I do know. Then it would be a D60. Everyone says it's a 51, it's not. It's an actual, well, it might be a 50. Whatever it is, it's a ends in a 0. It's either 50, 60, or 70. But everyone says it's a 51, and they're mistaken. And how does my lame ass know this? Well, because I actually talked to the guy, can't remember his name, the Transformers guy that actually, Bob, oh man, I can't say his last name. He's the guy that wrote like all the shit, the profiles and everything for each Transformer. Bob Budiansky? Something like that. I met him at a convention. Surprisingly, a Star Trek convention. Where I met Peter Jurasik, who is Londo on Babylon 5, and that now moron Robert Picardo, who was the Doctor on Voyager and now is a complete basket case that thinks everyone should like his shit no matter what. I don't know. Okay. Okay, and that one comes over here. Goes there. Goes there. Okay, that comes out to here. I'm not even going to try to unbury this. No, I'm going to do this the right way. goes in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's going, and the Western Maryland. Goes here. Okay, that's the Shea 14. And this would be 1852. And this would be 569. Okay, that's on. That's on. Okay, that has to be going that way, so that goes S and out. Track 99, tail. Have fun, Lost Souls. Sorry, I was moving trains and stuff. I wasn't watching the chat. Oh, I love it. I love that thing. Okay, I'm still reverse. Yeah, I need that flipped open. super hot. What one was that? That would be the Western Maryland. Number 18. What's that one? Number 15. 15, prime mover, 50. Okay, so that's going to have to go up. That is the BLI. There's currently one available in the refurb shop. That's the club locomotive. The only way to get that was to be in the club. It's $30 a year. You get access to buy the club locomotive for reduced price. That was $199. DCC Sound Smoke. And you get 10% off in the refurb shop. I gotta have, when I send this back, to have them do the paint fix. So on the CSX locomotives, they're all wrong. The driver's side is correct. The passenger side, the flag is backwards. So when they get the fix in, I'm going to send this locomotive back to them to have them apply the fix. When I'm having them look at it, I'm going to have them look at the horn, because it's really hard to get that horn, just that little dink. Yeah, see, there we go. Does that need to go down and that need to go up? Or does that just need to go up? I also have the U.S. Navy number 44, which is on an ES44 base, although I call it an ES58, because it's it's like a super ES44. Where the 58 only has 4,400 horsepower, I'm sorry, where the 44 only has 4,400 horsepower, the ESC 58 has 6,200 horse. And being it's a made-up locomotive paint job, I just said it, you know, being that they look the same, that's the better. Yeah, that got to go up and that got to go down. Okay, so let's try this. This is the Western Maryland. Prime mover is at 100. Let's bring that to 75. So I'm on this loco, I go to here. I go to here, I go to here. 137. Data is 75. Okay, I gotta change the setting on this sheet because I'm liking that more. Where's my pencil? That went to 75. And that was 16? No. That was 15. Yeah. 15. The prime mover is at 50. Let's put that up to 75. So now I'm on, yeah. Yeah. Oh, the horn needs to go up too. How's the bell? Oh, that all has to go up. Master volume. You're 100% right, Ray. I have to buy so many switches right now, yet I'm still buying locomotives. Like, my diesel is completely filled, yet I already have other diesels I'm eyeing. How do I want to do this one? Well, being it all has to go up, let's try master volume. 2, 1, CV 63. Let's try that at 225. The shade's messing me up. I still want it up more. So I put that at 225. This is why I hate lock sounds. Master volume is at 225. What is my... Okay, bell's good. Horn, let's bring that up to 115. 5569. Yep, I'm on the right one. 2, 1, CV 275, 115. That's much better. Still not enough. Prime mover, let's go to 60. 259. And what did I say, 60? 75? No, I didn't want to read. I want 75 right. No, 60. I bet. No, I'm happy with that. I'm really happy with that. Okay, so hammerhead, and well, that means I would have to change that one too, I bet. What did I change on this again? 18? Yeah, 18. Prime mover to 75, so 19 would be prime mover to 75. Alrighty. Always trying to dial in my sound the best. The problem is lock sound. The Bowser was so quiet to begin with, and the BLIs are super loud to begin with. Well, you already missed out on this one. The only way to get this is if you get it now and it's in the reverb shop. $30 for the club gives you 10% off on whatever the refurb shop says. Also gives you an extra year on warranty on locomotives that you bought last year. I really got to get a light over in that corner somehow. A 4x8, you should have no problem. 4-inch or 4 foot wide, that's 48 inches, minus 2 inches, that's 46 inches. Half of 46 is 23, so you can go as big as a 23-inch radius on a 4x8 and be safe. Broadway limited imports. BLI. Right now, their current club locomotive that they're selling is a, honestly, I think it's gorgeous, paint job wise. It's a 464 Commodore Vanderbilt painted up in a gloss American paint job with an engine number of 250 for the whatever the hell they're going to call this year. It's not a bicentennial because the bicentennial is 200, so I don't know what the hell they call it. They also have a Christmas locomotive, which is again gorgeous. Back in the 60s, they had red and green Christmas paper. And those are the red and green that this locomotive is. It's the same color as the Christmas paper from back in the day. Flex track is tricky. But they do sell shit for it. Like this is one of the things they sell. This is a 10-inch long chunk of metal. that fits in the track so your stuff can still be straight. You just keep transferring it. Get that straight, move it out, you know, the next section. Obviously it's not the same with this track, but I'm hoping you can see this. Oh, you can't even see this shit. Ribbon rail. R-I-B as in boy, B as in boy, O-N-R-A-I-L. I got just the straight one because I'm only using it for the turntable. But they also have radius ones. So you can say you want a 48-inch radius, you get the 48-inch one, you put the track in, or you put the guide down, and it forms the track to the actual guide. They got them in all different radiuses. Now, where the hell did my bag go? Oh, right there. I keep forgetting I got more cameras, so I don't have the view up on top anymore. So sorry about that. But yeah, your local hobby shop should have them. They just got to do a gauge. If you want 23-inch radius, you buy the 23-inch gauge. Boom, done. It's guaranteed 23-inch. Give me a second. This is their logo. Can you see that? Yeah. Can you see that? Yep. I'm gonna. Oh, I gotta do this a certain way. Give me a second here. Okay. You can get his email from the bottom. But I picked this up from B&G Trains because again I'm doing the turntable and I wanted my track straight out. I wanted to make sure it didn't like wiggle woggle because that's what ended up happening when all my tracks where my engines are parked I had to pull up and redo. Because once I got the lead-in perfectly straight, all the other ones I'm like, oh my god, what was I, drunk? Because I just did them by eye. And the ditch lights flash when you blow the horn on the ES44s. Only has ditch lights in the front. The SD70s have them in the front and the back. I don't know how they work yet though. The one, I don't even know how the hell I did this, but literally I had to actually pull the track because I had it so cockeyed coming out that I had to cut the track at two different lengths. But I fixed it all up with the gauge, and it looks beautiful now. So the RS3, this one on the outside line, this is the one I actually dislike. It's a Bowser. Looks beautiful, runs beautiful, everything. Great locomotive. The MSRP is like $300 though. I luckily got it for 123, and even at that price, I'm kind of pissed because it was overpriced. The only thing it has is a headlight and a tail light. No lit number boards, no interior, no lit cab, no nothing. It's just a headlight. And at $300, I would have been really pissed if I paid that much money for that. At $300, I expect a level of quality for generals in loco. Lit number boards, at least lit number boards. It should have a cab interior. It should have a lit cab. And this is a lock sound 5. Literally, it's such a wasted decoder for this locomotive because all it has, function-wise, is a headlight. I shouldn't say that. Hold on. What was I, 16? Lights on and off. Yep, it has that. Bell has that. Horn. Yep. Mars light. Doesn't have a Mars light. Auxiliary beacon. Doesn't have an auxiliary beacon. Dimmer. I don't even know why you use a dimmer because it dims it automatically, I think. Other than that, it's just a bunch of sounds. The only functional it has is the headlight and tail light, the directional. No, I actually, well, you can't see it yet. Eventually, I'm going to be hooking up a camera for the turntable. I got to get another cable and a stand and everything. But that's where my fourth camera is going to be, is the turntable leg. Highly recommend the turntable. So nice to have. One, I don't like handling my locomotives. Once they're on the track, I like to keep them on the track. Especially BLI, because they're metal frame. You're supposed to turn the power off and everything when you take them on and off the track. I have enough knowledge and this ramp that I can do it while power's still on. But on some of these locos, like the Centipede, even that ramp is hairy. Because if I don't get the wheels on the rails and the frame drops down and hits that track, I can blow up the locomotive and short the system out. The turntable's really nice because sometimes I want to go to the camera, to this camera. Sometimes I want to go away from this camera. And with the turntable, you can do that real easy without taking it off the track. The 130 inch is 18, or the 130 foot is 19 and some odd inches. A hole you gotta pop. They also make 110 foot. Both of those are DCC ready and powered and all that. They literally drop in. They also do a 90 foot, but I believe that's a kit. I don't think that's a drop-in unit. A turntable is a lot better than a Y. technically I could have done a balloon loop, but I would have had to got a, oh shit. What the hell do they call that? Reversing loop. A 110 foot would be like 13 inches or so. So, hold on. Let me get my handy dandy. Call it 6 3/4. 6 3/4 inches is 50 feet. No, 48 foot. Wait, okay, let's do it this way. Now, don't quote me. Roughly, that would be a 6, and that would be an 8. So 7/8. 6 7/8 is 50 feet. The 130. The 130 foot is roughly an 18-inch hole. I went with the biggest one I could get because I have the Challenger and I'm planning on getting a big boy at some point. I'm planning on getting a T1 at some point. The 4444. So I wanted the biggest. If I could have bought a 160 foot or 150 foot, I would have. Because the biggest turntable made is 160 foot in real life. Why they don't make a 160, I don't know. It would be nice. And I honestly was scared to install my turntable. I watched all these videos on YouTube, and man, they make it sound so much fucking harder than what it was. I literally had this thing installed in a matter of 15 minutes. The hardest part was cutting the hole. When you buy the turntable, they give you a big sheet of paper with a circle on it. So I tacked it down, and you cut along that, you cut along the circle. Well, the only problem I had was the paper moved a little bit. So it was an 18-inch circle all the way around, except for between like 3 and 4 o'clock. I went a little bit in, so it was rubbing on the wall of the pit. The other day, I pulled the whole turntable out. I cut that a little bit more, and it literally dropped in perfectly. Hey, Pose, what's going on? As for wiring, this is the one thing I don't like about the Walthers turntable is you have to actually buy a power supply for it. There's 2 motors in it. Or I should say this, there's 2 electrical systems in it. One is to turn the turntable, the other is to power the track. There's 4 wire connectors on the bottom of it. And I had to, like I said, you go buy the turntable power supply, and then it just hooks up, boom, 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 and it's like a screw connector. You put the wire in and then you tighten the screw down, the little clamp, and then it's just a push button, or not a push button. It's a push connector up into the bottom of the turntable on the bottom side, just like the push connector on the back of the Digitrax. When you're going to wire your tracks, that you got to pay attention to, because on the turntables you have a dead space. At noon and 6 there's a dead space. You have to have a dead space on a turntable to go from positive left, negative right to negative left and positive right. Or, yeah, I said that wrong. You have to have a distinguishing between the two halves, because on one half you got positive and negative, left and right, where on the other side you have positive, negative, right and left. My God, Pose. What are you doing over there? You gotta stop smoking all that peyote. That's what happened. Hopefully you don't get one like I got. I love my turntable. I will never get rid of it. I even told Walter they wanted to send me a new one. I said, no, I love the fact that I have a rare turntable that no one else has. During COVID, they couldn't get the track, so they switched companies to a different distributor of track. And it ended up they put code 70 on the bridges instead of code 83. That was the only problem I had. I was anticipating code 83, so I bought all this code 83 track for all my parking spots. Nope. But luckily, they make this piece. This piece is, half of it is code 83, half of it is code 70. So instead of buying all new track, I decided to buy this stuff at 15 bucks a pop. Well, I actually only bought one. I bought one for the lead-in, and so going back to Walther's, we'll fix your turntable, we'll send you out a new bridge. They sent me out a new bridge missing pieces, so I couldn't even use it. It's missing one set of the wheels on one side. So I sent him a picture. I'm like, Jesus Christ, really? I mean, do you even look at your shit before you send it out? What the hell are you doing, Walters? I said, at this point, I'm not changing the turntable. Just send me one or two of these conversion, you know, code 83 to code 70, and I'd be happy. They sent me 4. 60 bucks worth of track. If I had the regular code 83, I'd be fine. I wouldn't have any problem. Kato's code 83. I bought Flex code 83. I transitioned from Kato to Flex. Went down to the board. That's another thing. With the turntable, you either have to raise the turntable and your buildings the width of your cork, or transition to on the board running with no cork, which is really easy to do. But yeah, all the videos and shit made it sound so much harder than what it actually was. A lot of them, I see them using the turntable, or a lot of the stuff I see is they're using the turntable and the roundhouse. Don't even worry about the roundhouse. The roundhouse is dependent upon the turntable. The turntable is not dependent upon the roundhouse. When you're doing, besides size. But one of the videos, they got the roundhouse there and they're lining up the track, and because the roundhouse has, obviously it's a fan, and the track lines up with the turntable bridge, and they're trying to match it all together while installing it, and you don't have to do that at all. The roundhouse definitely fits the turntable. Just put your turntable in, and then do your roundhouse. Yeah, literally, it's literally you cut a circle so the turntable fits in. You have to notch that circle on one side because of the sensor. There's a little sensor in there that when you're setting it up, so it knows where everything is. Because in essence, it's a smart turntable. You plug it in, you go to track 0, it'll spin all the way around until it finds its sensor, which is 0. Once it finds the sensor, it knows where that sensor is, and it sets everything to that sensor. So, like sensor, say the sensor is at 9 o'clock. Currently, my sensor is at 9 o'clock. That's how I have it put in. Noon and 6 are the dead spots. When you come in with your lead, you program that as, I did it as 99. My lead in is 99. My track for all my locomotives is 1 through whatever. Because if it forgets where, how do I explain this? If it forgets its position, all the positions that you program will be off. So if you set the, picture a clock. If you set the, when you spin your minute hand around, it moves the hour hand. If your minute hand gets disconnected from the hour hand, your hour hand does not know where your minute hand is anymore. And that's kind of like what the sensor is. If it forgets where the sensor is, it doesn't know where to line up for your tracks. Once it finds its 0, you bring your lead in, and obviously, true it up so it's not cocked, like you're a drunk man, like I did. And I set that as, like I said, I went to the highest number. But it's not even the highest. No, actually, it is the highest number. Yeah, 99. I used 99 as my lead-in. And then what I did was I turned it until the railing was in line with the closest track. You have a right and left track coming in. I passed the left track. I went to the right track. I lined up the railing with the right-hand track, and that's where I set my next one. So that gives me spacing between the stuff, so I don't run into locomotives as I pull in and out. I don't want to sideswipe my daylight with my Challenger and scrape up the paint. So I have everything set at that's how I gauged it. I'll actually do a video tomorrow or something on it. Just a quick little handheld video of how I, spaced everything out. Once you see it, you'll understand perfectly. But yeah, it's so nice. you hit the track button, and then you use the clockwise and counterclockwise buttons to get to your number. And then you can hit either head or tail. Head is the side with the control cabin on it. Tail is obviously the other side. Once you have the head set up, your tail is set up. Once you have your tail set up, the head set up for that position. When I took it out the other day and shaved that little section off, that also stopped my jumping problem. Every once in a while, it would like pop off the gearing in the pit, and you know, the gear you'd hear the gear turning but not grabbing the gear or the inline gear. And that the only thing I could think of is because I was a little bit wide, or I was a little bit too close. I was pushing and tacoing, in an essence, tacoing the pit. I was flexing it just enough to where every once in a while it would lose the gearing. And then obviously you'd have to reset it so it would find its home location again, so everything would be set. The Atlas one is small. The Atlas one is only like a 12-inch turntable, maybe. At that point, hold on. Okay. The ES44 is shorter than 12. The E8, the number 8, is shorter than 12. A 464, my Blue Goose, is longer than 12. A GS4 484 is longer than 12. So you won't, honestly, the smallest turntable I would go is like a 16-incher. 15, 16, somewhere in that area. That'll still let you turn northerns. Right? So eyeballing it, the GS4 Northern is 14 inches from the front wheel to the rear wheel. Obviously the Locomotive overhangs on the front and the back, but for a turntable, all you got to do is wheels. Hey, Strasburg. Honestly, I'm very protective of my locomotives. I treat them like they were made of gold. I always move with two hands, even on a diesel. I shouldn't say that, depending on the diesel. Like the EA size, I use two hands, at the trucks. To pick it up, you know, I'll do it in the center. But when I'm putting it on, I'm usually always two-hand. I'm always, before I even pick the locomotive up, I go, okay, I'm going to pick the locomotive up and I'm going to be putting it here. Do I have the room to put it here? You could probably get away with the 90 footer if all your stuff's small. Although I don't think, the plastic thickness on the pit of my 130 and the 110, I think are thicker than the 90 foot. I've heard people complain about the 90 foot flexing, where mine doesn't. Now, they could have had it in crooked. I don't know. You know, I didn't see their setup or anything. This was in text that they said it flexes. And that's the only thing I could think of, is because the older stuff, they did use a thinner plastic. Mine, the thickness of the plastic is the thickness of a tie. I can take the ties off and the rail lays right on the plastic where the ties are on the layout itself. Yeah. Layouts are nice, but big layouts, you're also looking at, most of those people are fucking single. Because no family would deal with a layout going through a whole house and shit. Again, if I had a wife or a fiance or something and kids, there's no way in hell this layout would even be here. Because it literally takes up 3/4 of my bedroom. There's about a foot between the layout and the wall on that side that I can pop up. Maybe a foot and a half, somewhere in there. It goes wall to wall this way. And then from here, I have a 4x3 leg against the wall where the turntable is. Again, you don't see it yet. It's down by the water tower down there. Well, Crazy Trains, that locomotive is a Concord N-Scale J3A. And I will always keep that train because that taught me to never leave the layout before the locomotive completes a circuit. Started the locomotive up, ran to the bathroom, went to the bathroom, came back, and it was hung up on a switch melting. And that's when I came up with the rule. I was pissed. That was such a nice locomotive. I bought that thing used for $45. And it ran beautifully until I melted the tender. Instead of a 1, 2, 3, 4, instead of a 6-wheel, it's a 5-wheel now. It was used, no box or anything, but it was good enough. This locomotive was good enough. I ended up buying like 6 more J3As from Concord. There was a New York Central, all black. There was a fantasy scheme on the Dreyfus of a Daylight. There was a fantasy scheme of a Blue Goose. I don't think I had the Blue Goose though. We had the Daylight. This is the Northern, the Daylight, the Central, and there was another one somewhere. I can't remember. I'm always looking for a hunt. I'm always hunting for deals. Deals is what actually gets me into trouble. The RS3, $120. That was a deal. The U.S. Army 44, $300. I got it for $160. That was a deal. This one I actually wanted. The 44 I didn't want. I bought it because it was a BLI for $160. Just, if I walked away, I should be checking myself into a mental institution. Because even if I didn't like it, I could sell it for more than I bought it for. But I love that thing. Oh shit, I'm all messed up. There we go. I forgot. These things have smoke. Oh man, the Western Maryland blew the turbo. See, I will. But again, I have to follow my rules to do that. First of all, I trust my Kato track. You know, I've been around it enough and ran on it enough. I know every single cork it has. Second, once I start a locomotive, I let it do a complete circuit. First of all, I always check the switches. You'll see me doing this. I'm checking the switches as I'm looking at them. Second, when I start running, I will wait until it makes a full circle so I know it's not going to get hung up on a switch. Third is I will leave the room, but I will not leave earshot. I'll be in the bathroom, which is the door, you know, the room next door. I'll be in the den sitting at the desk, room next door, and I'm watching all the camera feeds on that screen anyway on the computer. Yeah, that guy. And the funny thing is, he got pissed at me. As soon as he posted that video that his layout burned up, I said, I know exactly what happened. It got hung up on a switch. And he actually got pissed at me. Because that's a mistake. Honestly, that's not even a mistake. That's a completely your fault situation. I don't know who the hell made this. This would be... Oh my god. Really? How the hell am I supposed to read that? Man, I can't... Hold on. I gotta get my glasses. Modeling glasses, best damn thing in the world. Oh, I need light, don't I? Oh, that's it. It says made in China. They have light. This has a light on each side also. This set. I can't remember. I know it's a Concord. Other than that, I don't know who made it. I'd have to go look at Spook Show. I wish there was an HO version of Spook Show. Exactly. And if he was within earshot, he would have heard that, though. Again, you can leave the layout. Don't get out of earshot, though. If he was within earshot, he would have heard that immediately and fixed it immediately. There is no reason that that accident had to have happened. It was... And I admit, I've done the same thing. I've been in this hobby since 1984, and I do... They're not supposed to put the BLI trains on the track with power on. I do it because I know how to do it. I know what to look for. It's like fish. I've been doing fish longer than trains. And I was in Anthony Dodge's stream, and his wife, man, Joyce, Janet, Joyce, I can never remember her name. Joyce, I think, is her name, the wife's name. She does fish. And I told her, when you do a water change, don't temper the water. You try to make it the temperature of the tank. Just dump ice cold water in the tank. Take out no more than 50% of the water. Ice cold water goes into that tank. She tried it and she goes, yep, the fish do much better with the water change now. Not something you're supposed to do, but because I've done it enough, I know it's safe. When you go to a pet shop, when they say to do a water change, they always say temper your water, make it about the same temperature. That's the wrong thing to do. And Posiwi can back me up. Ice cold water change is the best thing for fish. It makes them horny. because it mimics what a real flood would be. Rainwater is cold. It's not the same temperature as the water that you're in now. When you get a flood, all of a sudden the water gets super cold. The fish get sluggish, yeah, they don't swim as much until it warms up, but it does something to their body. I mean, in essence, it's like spring. Most babies are born in fall because everyone gets horny in the spring. Yep, best way. And it's the easiest. You don't have to fuck around with, oh, is it the right temperature? And then when you get the right temperature, you got to let the water run for like 20 minutes. Or say 10 minutes before you know that water's going to be perfect. Because you do the hot and the cold. Oh yeah, that's perfect. Well, you're not realizing that it's getting hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter yet. Because you didn't let the hot water catch up to the cold water. I have a set of rules that I follow, and because of that, I have no problem. No, that's no problem, man. So if anyone does, for me, when a bad storm comes, I actually package up my most important locomotives. The Black Goose, because it's a low production number. The Challenger, because it's a club. The Western Maryland, because it's a club. The Amtrak, the day one, because that was a limited edition in the wood box set. You know, stuff like that. I box them up. And I realized that putting them in their factory boxes was just taking too long. So I went, hold on, I got to turn off some cameras to show you this. So I found this on Amazon or on eBay. It was $45. You're gonna have to read upside down. It says modeltrainbox.com. 23 inches long. Hard cardboard like the BLI boxes. Comes with a protection sheet. And I don't know if you'll be able to see this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 slots. In this one box, I can fit the Challenger. Actually, this is my Steam box. My Challenger, my FEF, my GS4, my Black Goose, my Blue Goose, and the 2 shades. The top one, the top one is still a. That's where I put the certain diesels. for right now. But I'm planning on getting another one of these boxes because they're that freaking nice. And it enables me to box up in a matter of 5 minutes and have enough protection. I had, what did I have in here at one point? I had everything in here except for the centipede, the GP30 and the GP35. I was able to fit everything else in this one box with, you know, with full rows. I didn't, you know, there was no protection between them. It was an emergency type deal. But I'm planning on buying 2 more boxes, one for the diesels and then another one specifically for the centipede. And what I'll have to do is take out the foam insert, angle it, because the centipede, the AA centipede, will only go in this way, between this corner and this corner. So I'm going to have to take the insert and angle it and then cut the excess off that doesn't fit in the box, so I can put the AA centipede in the cradle to where it would somewhat protect it. Sadly, he doesn't make one big enough. That's the biggest box he has. And I already contacted him, like, okay, can you make me a custom, I'll pay double the price if I have to. Make me a custom box with that at an angle. He goes, no, he can't do that. What I'm going to ask next is, will he sell me a custom bundle of a box and an extra insert? Because honestly, to do this correctly, I'd rather have 2 inserts so the whole box is an insert instead of just the center of the box. Oh yeah, I mean, literally, I'll use a car. That's how fast, I mean, you're done. For those with BLI engines, you know how long it takes to get it back into its, you know, its factory box. You got to mess with all the, excuse me. You got to mess with all the foam inserts to protect the railings. Then you got to put it in the case, the clamshell. You got to close it, slide it into its plastic sleeve. Then you got to put it in the box. Then, you know, when you're doing 15, 20 locos and a storm's coming up, that takes a lot. It took me like a half hour one time to box up all these locomotives in their boxes. And when a tornado's coming, that's just too long. So that's where this box comes in. A lot easier to transport also. And it's all pre-cut. The spaces, they're open. You pull out the foam insert and you get foam, these things. You just, the foam insert just pulls out, and then you can cut, you put your locomotive in, and then you cut it to fill up the rest of the space. Oh, bio break. I'll be back. Wow, I had to go. I really had to go. For those boxes, it was $45 a pop. Give me a second. I'll post the link to his site or his or eBay page thing, whatever you want to call it. Oh, believe me, if I could, I would. I'd pop a hole in that wall. I'd go into the den. I'd pop a hole in the next wall. I'd go from the den to the kitchen, through the kitchen, into the front room, around the front room, down the hallway, and then back into this room. I would so do that. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, crap, the other cameras. Okay, there we go. As for the boxes, he makes HO, he makes N scale in these big boxes. He makes a single locomotive box for like ES44s and SD70s, that style. He also makes a cradle to work on your engines. The cradle's like 25 bucks, and it's all made out of that the nice foam that he uses. I want to get one of the cradles too. Am I behind again? Yeah, no. Replacement part for Bachmann would be Bachmann Outlet Store, their parts store. Bachmann's webpage, you go over on the top towards the right hand side, it's something about parts. You then pick between steam and diesel and electric, and then you pick your actual locomotive, and then all the parts are listed that they have. Honestly, you don't even need to shrink wrap them. They're heavy duty boxes. They, like I said, I had the Challenger, the FEF, the GS4, both Shays, both Blue Gooses, the EA, the Western Maryland, the RS3, the NW2, the GP30, the C36, the C30-6. I had them all in that one box, and the box, it was heavy, but I was able to pick it up in the very middle, and it didn't even bend at all. Diesels. RS3, Western Maryland. Amtrak Day 1. U.S. Navy 44. Conrail 6600. Norfolk and Western. Great Northern Switcher. Western and Erie. Southern Pacific. 2 GS4 or 2 Centipedes. And the EA, which is in the shop at BLI. Because it's a Paragon 3. It has the common Paragon 3 problem of starting and stopping. So I sent that in. They're working on that. They're also going to try to put the Paragon 4, one of the Paragon 4 settings into the Paragon 3. So, how do I... Paragon 3, you have two choices. Stock or warning horn. On Paragon 3, the warning horn blows while the locomotive is moving. That's 2 and 6. Paragon 4 has another setting called 14. The engine doesn't move until it's done with the warning horns. And that's what I like. So I'm going to, hopefully they can put that in my EA and my GG1. They're also going to remove ducking on both of them while they're there. The GG1 I bought from the refurb shop. I said remove the ducking right off the bat. The EA I sent in because of the Paragon 3 issue, and I'm going to have them remove the ducking while it's there. Yeah, I have more diesel. For a steam guy, I have more diesels than steam right now. So what would that be? 2, that's 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 diesels. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6, 7 steam. But there's going to be a lot more steam coming. I still want another Blue Goose from 1939. I want more GS4s labeled for 4449, so I can do the same thing I do with the Goose, you know, different paint jobs. The yellow jacket, the yellow belly, the Dreyfus. I got the Commodore Vanderbilt coming. I got the Cardinal models I ordered. I have no clue when that's coming. I kind of have my eye on the Illinois Central Burke that they're coming out with. I also have my eye on one of the 2900 class. I still kind of have my eye on the 060. I want the 060, but I'm not a big Pennsylvania guy. I have a lot of Pennsylvania already. The RS3, the Centipede, and the GG1 are all Pennsylvania. So I don't necessarily want to do any more Pennsylvania, which kind of puts the 060 out of the running right now. I do want to get one of their 280s. But again, it kind of knocks it out of the running because it's a coal. I don't really want coal. Not many people run coal anymore. Most of the excursions have gone over to oil because it's safer. And that's kind of what I like too, is I like my oil burners. Right now, all of my steam engines are BLI. I've had old Rivarossi in the past. I've had Mantua in the past. I lied. I have a Mantua over there. It's a 282 Camelback. I've had Bachmann. Steam engines are as robust as diesels. As long as you handle them carefully. Obviously, you don't pick them up by the drivers. You pick them up by the shell and the tender. Steam engines are a two-handed affair. Whenever you move the steam engines, always use two hands. It's just the safest thing to do. Unless it's a tank. If it's like a two-truck Shea or a two-truck Heisler, where it's just the one piece, one hand's fine. If it has a tender, two hands. And again, you don't. I move. See, again, I break the rule. When I'm moving, if I put a train on here, and I need to move it, I will pick it up where the traction tires are, lift it up a hair, and scoot it. So I'm not rubbing the traction tires. Metal wheels on the metal rails, they'll slide, just like any diesel. Just like any diesel. You can move them with no problem. If there was traction tires on there, I wouldn't be able to do that, because you would stretch the traction tires. But yeah, they're, like I said, as long as you take care of them, they're fine. Don't let them fall off your layout and shit like that. Don't run them off your layout. Another thing I do on all my locomotives is I lower the speed limit. So for most of the BLI, the V high, you have the V start, the V mid, and the V high on every DCC locomotive. Most of the V highs, which is the max voltage, are like 210, 225, maybe 250. I bring those down to 195 max. Nothing is above 195. I also raise my V mid a lot, from 50 to 125. That enables me to run comfortably under 50%. Like I'm at 10%, 10%, and 15% respectively. I don't really do anything above 50% unless I'm breaking a locomotive in. Again, I have all these different rules. If I was going to let a kid, like some of my friends have kids, if I was going to let my kid play with a train, I would redo the max voltage down even less. The minimum will always stay in the 125 area, but I'll bring the max down to like 150. So I know he's not going to be hot rodding it all, the whole time. That and another thing people don't realize is size of layout. If I had a big basement layout, I might have left it all at the 250 and stuff. For instance, yeah. That's this one. We're going to jack this thing all the way up. We'll go to 50% first. Let it catch up. And it's still gaining speed, and that's already too fast, I think. The smaller the layout, the slower I tend to run. So let's jack this up. Fuck it, 99. Again, I have momentum on and everything, so it takes a little bit for everything to catch up. But this would be, what the hell is this? This is the 15. Yeah. Yeah, so the max on this locomotive was 255. I brought it down to 195. And this is 195, and honestly, it's too fast for this layout. The layout's not big enough to run this fast. I honestly set up, the reason I do my mid voltages is I set up everything so I can run at the max of 50%. And honestly, 50% is still too fast. Usually I run 20 to 25%. We'll throw that on 20 and see what that does. Oh yeah, no, I can run full speed on this track at 255. It doesn't look good because it's a smaller layout. And even though this, I mean, honestly, this is the biggest layout I've ever had at 10 foot. You know, my first layout was a Bachmann set. It was like 3x6, 4x6, something like that. I remember I was able to fit it under my bed, my twin bed. The whole layout. I'd pick up the one leg, and then just the whole board would just slide underneath my bed, and it fit. So, and then I went to a 4x8, which is still at my parents' house, pulled up to the ceiling. Eventually, when I get a speedometer, I'm actually thinking of setting all my locomotives max speed to their max actual speed. So like the GS4 and the FEF would 120 miles an hour would be their max speed. Or 195, whatever, you know. Again, I wouldn't, I'm not going to do anything over 195 on this. There's the Challenger was 180, so I didn't change that. And what was the Shay? I don't think I changed the Shay either. No, I did change the Shay. The Shay was 205, and I brought down, again, 195. So even the Shay was, I mean, the Shay is outrageously too fast. The max speed of a Shay was like 25 miles an hour at the highest, and normally it was like 15 to 18 miles an hour. God damn it, I can't do it. There we go. Another thing I also recommend is, well, I've had Power Cab and I've had Digitreks. I've had the old Digitreks, which sucked, the DCS 50, I hated that. I ended up getting the power cab. I like the power cab over the DCS50. But the DCS52 blows the power cab out of the water. For features alone. One, off this one unit, the stock unit, I can have track power and programming track power. Whereas the power cab, you have to buy an extra thing for like $30 to hook up a programming track permanently. I like the screen on the DCS52 a lot better than anything else. And I really like the fact that, so it has two like RG50 or RG45 jacks, networking jacks, in the back of the unit. They call it Loconet. Loconet is, you can either hook it up to a power booster and use the DCS52 as a throttle only and the power booster as your power. You can also plug in these handhelds, which you can control two locomotives at once with, into one of the jacks. So I can, right now, because I have the DT602 and the DCS52, I can control 3 trains at the exact same time. I don't have to flip between them, you know, doing a recall function. I can even get a second DT602 and plug it into the other port and be able to control 5 at once. Hey, look at that. I got a new subscriber. If you're here, Joel. Joel. Reading is hard. Joe, welcome. I didn't want to do that. Goddamn phone. Except it's more like good after... No. Evening now. You lazy ass. I will say one thing about the Bowser though. I love the engine sound. It just reminds me of a pure old diesel engine, like 1970s Mack diesels. That loose two-stroke sound, I guess you could call it. Play art? Never even heard of play art. another thing, when I send this Western Maryland in, I'm gonna have them fix the fucking smokestack. So when it goes around, that silver smokestack is supposed to be able to lift out, so you can put the smoke fluid in without getting it like all over the grilling in that silver part. But for some reason it's stuck. But luckily, when my dad was in the hospital, so this is the syringe I got from BLI. You can buy them for $5. When my dad went to the hospital, in the stuff they sent home, I got a lot bigger one. And that's for use on the Shays, which I don't even use the smoke on because the Shay smoke units just suck. There we go. Now we got it right. Must have been a bowl. The Shay has the best whistle. And the best bell. It's a real pull bell sound. You know, for hating the new diesels, I really like the Maryland. I do. Okay, that's enough smoke for now. Man, I gotta open a window. It's hot in here. Whew, it get hot in here. So are we having fun yet? Me? No. Tobacco. Oh, you couldn't see it. Pipe tobacco out of a pipe. When you spend all your money on trains, you don't have money for actual cigarettes. So, do you all think an inline view of this main camera, this one, do you think it should be down lower? Kind of like the water tower? Let's see what that looks like. We'll try that for a little bit. Nope, too much. Yeah, that's good enough. Good enough for now. Need to get lights for that. Need to get lights for that. Need to get lights for that. That can go on the same light that that goes on though. So I'll let you guys decide. Do you think this camera, the main camera, is in a good spot? Or should it be back up high again? Y'all can talk amongst yourselves. So another good thing to have when you're model railroading is go to a metal shop that has a CNC machine and see if, now these are pieces I've had for shit my whole life. I don't know where they were from. My grandfather had them at one point, but they're just slugs. Great for, you know, you put one down like this, you put one down like this, and you can make a good 90-degree wall and stuff. You need weight to hold something down right on top for gluing. What do you mean? The camera's right here. That camera is on a tripod up, sitting just outside the layout. The station cam is on the board, C-clamped to the board, the base of it. The water tower cam, I drilled a hole through the base and right into the layout to hold it. The roundhouse cam will be How long are you? Oh, probably midnight. I'm planning on a 12-hour. The roundhouse cam is going to have a clamp, uh, clamp tripod. Clamps onto the side of the board, going to stick up like 1.5 feet, so I'm looking over the roundhouses. I need to put a light over there. Maybe I can do it this way. Somewhat. Yeah, I'm going to have to get a light throw there somewhere, somehow. My drop light. Where the hell is my drop light? That might be in the basement. Silver truck. Oh, you must be thinking of the Illinois Terminal. Dude, I love bay window cabooses. And it just so happened I bought that with the intention of buying 1072, and I'm finally getting 1072 now. That'll be here next week sometime. That's an Athearn. Good old Illinois Terminal, which started off as Illinois Traction Company. They were an interurban only that started doing freight. They call it the glowworm. At least at least 1072 they call the glowworm. But yeah, Illinois Terminal was a neon green and yellow. Great painting. In fact, Illinois Railroad Museum in Union, Illinois, has a fully restored SD7? Maybe it's a GP7. I don't know. Illinois Terminal in that color. From Athearn, I don't suspect being rare at all because it was a mass-produced model. I'm getting the BLI one that was a distributor-only exclusive. Most exclusives they do for a hobby shop, so people can buy them. Well, this was done for a distributor, and none of the hobby shops around me bought from the distributor, so I couldn't get it. I found it on eBay. Oh, that's the nice thing. The BLI is both. We'll go back in time. Yeah, that's 8. And that's 8. We'll go back in time to the DC days where there was no sound. They're quiet. Granted, that's a Bowser. The Shea and the Western Maryland, those are BLIs. They're super quiet. F8 unmute. F8 unmute. F8 unmute. See, on my layout, I actually am looking for broken locomotives. Being that this is a museum, I want a line of, like, to be restored, or, you know, a line of engines that don't run yet. They're just on display, like at IRM or any museum. They're lined up outside, you know. I don't want to be spending, you know, top dollar on DCC sound locomotives for that use. But trying to find broken locomotives is actually quite hard. Really, Kato's low detail? I think you're on crack there. I had Kato in N scale, and they were detailed as hell. Not HO detailed, but they were, you know, for N scale, they were detailed as hell. That's actually one locomotive I want. That's actually on my bucket list. A yellow bonnet. A Santa Fe yellow bonnet. I had one of those in N scale. Dude, I had a hell of an N scale layout. It was on this board. This board was actually built for N scale, which is why I have a 4x3 leg. The track came down, you know, that side, came down through the leg, flipped around the leg, came up, back around this way. Oh yeah, I know eBay has broken logo, but they still want, like, I was looking, what was I looking at? It was either a 280 or a 282. I can't remember. It was a Camelback. They wanted $75 for the damn thing. No motor, I'm like, I ain't paying 70. I ain't paying that for a 1964 Mantua. Especially, even if it ran, I wouldn't pay that much. Mantuas don't run that good. At least mine doesn't. Well, I should say that's used anyway. My Mantua Classics that I bought brand new, the 2662, that ran beautifully. But that was also in the 90s it was built. That's one thing I really do want. I want an F unit. I got to get an F unit, man. I got 2 E units. I don't got an F unit. How the hell did that happen? Well, I mean, I know how that happened. I keep buying other locos. That Santa Fe is the next one I'm going for. It's just like my, it's pretty much just like my original one, this one. This is where it all started. And this thing ran fine. I mean, obviously it's been beat to hell. I used to just throw it into a shoebox and put the shoebox on top of the layout when I put it under the bed. But this thing ran probably 5 years ago. It was still running. It had a broke gear, so it boom, 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 boom as it went down, but it still ran. Now it doesn't run at all. It's just dead. But I found one. The only difference, see, this is the wrong body. It's the correct, actually it's the wrong number too, because 350 was a passenger locomotive, and this was a freight set. But the same paint job and everything. The only thing difference is they actually painted it right. The spruce comes down to this point and comes back around, so this is great. And it doesn't have the wings. But yeah, this was my very first locomotive in HO. And it's just sitting on a dead track as quote-unquote display. You probably could have got the gears at Northwest Shortline. I paid 35 bucks for my Doodlebug, DCC ready. Got the $30 chip, threw it in there. $50 for the new wheels, because it had a bad gear. I just said, screw it, I'll get all new wheels. Ran it maybe 8 times, the motor blew. The motor died. I'm like, fuck this shit. And that's the very front of it you're looking at with the station camera. The yellow and gray roof. So I've got about another half hour. Y'all can pick a switch out. We got the Black Goose, the Blue Goose, FEF, GS4, the other Shay on the Steam side. We got the Day 1 Amtrak, the U.S. Navy 44, the Conrail 6600, Wheeling and Lake Erie GP35, and Southern Pacific GP30. Oh yeah, definitely. eBay's crazy. Dude, you gotta watch on eBay. I've always been able to find great deals. I mean, hell, I found this Illinois terminal. It was under 400, 360, I think. I can't remember. I'd have to go look. It was under the MSRP though. And it was kind of worrying me because as soon as I bought mine, there was only one. As soon as I bought mine, he relisted it. And I'm like, that dude better not be trying to sell the locomotive I just bought. But he shipped it, which means he had more than one. He's just selling them one at a time. Some idiot was standing on the tracks. Hey, it's an idiot like me, man. I stand on the tracks all the time. But I also know enough about trains and cameras to know how to do it. When you're standing on tracks, you're never looking through the camera. Never look through the camera while standing on tracks. You look above the camera. Oh, weights are easy to get. Again, go to a machine shop. They got steel up the wazoo. They can cut out small, what is it? What would that be, a 1x4, you know, a 1x4 plate? Something like that? Oh wait, no, that's for a car. You're talking about an engine. Disregard what I just said. I'm an idiot. Damn it, buddy, what the hell? The more I look at these ES44s, the more I'm actually very impressed with them. At least the club. The club has a lot more detail on it than the retail version. They really did the club loco up nice. There are little warning signs everywhere that I can't even read. Okay, I really can't buy, I gotta stop buying locomotives. I really gotta buy switches now. Okay, so that switch is going to move out. Those are going to get shortened. That switch comes over to here, and that'll be for the electric locomotives. And then from that line, I can just do a bunch of switches after switches and park them on the side like that. I like that idea. I'm going to run with that. I'll have to clean up my track storage facility because that's where all the electric side is going to go, but hey, Pops, if you're watching, if you got any more nice boxes, keep one. I want to put all my track in a box somewhere and get it off the layout. He gave me this real nice box. I think it was for like cookies or something. I use for my HO tools now. It's a magnet box. Oh, again, there we go. This is magnet. And it's big enough for all my shit. My little screwdriver set, my glasses, my toothpicks, or not my toothpicks, my tweezers, my mini file set, my old dust toothbrush, my oh, what the hell is that thing called? The hook bender for the Kato, or not the Kato, the KD couplers. Hey, Eugene. I'm great, man. I'm waiting for my glowworm. I was able to find a BLI 1072. The Illinois Terminal Heritage Unit. That's on its way. This is how nice that engine was. I gave up 2 engines to buy that one. Obviously it was a lot less money too, but oh, this is what I should do. I should buy the Santa Fe 350 and the DCC Sound, take my 350, no, I want to, but I'm not gonna. I should take my 350 from Bachman, send it back to them, because they'll send me a brand new locomotive. Just about to put the 3rd batch of locos on. 3 hours a batch. What shall we do? Okay, that. And what do I want to run in this side? I'm gonna run that. I haven't run that in a long time. And I'm gonna cheat. I'm not gonna use the turntable. I'm just gonna pull stuff off. I can switch engines out a lot faster by doing it that way. Oh, where am I gonna put that sign? That's right, I still gotta hook that up. Where am I gonna put that sign? Oh, that's too far away. That's gonna go there. It's not gonna work over there. Oh, I need to get super glue first. I gotta put the legs on that sign. Can't put it there. I could put it there. I might wait for the sign, because if I end up getting a diesel house for the inside, I'd put it on top of the diesel house roof. I got a light up sign. From Miller Engineering. They do kick-ass signs. They're like computerized blinking and all that shit. Well, I guess I could put it maybe right here. Can I see that? Kinda. that fits fucking perfectly. Look at that. Look at that. Comes right underneath that pit, right, beautiful. Plug and play. So this is the controller. Plugs into the bottom of the sign. Like so. And how do I want to do this? Oh, that's not going to work, is it? Motherfucker. Okay, yeah, that's not going to work for a temporary thing. I was going to try to hook it up for a temporary thing for you, but it all lights up and it blinks in different... It blinks Chicago system, Northwest, and it blinks in different styles and shit. I got to make a big old hole for that. I'll solder those wires up later today, no, tomorrow, because I'm going to be streaming until midnight. But yeah, I think that's where the sign's going to go. That'll look really good. Oh, no, I can't put it up yet, really. Because I still got to glue the legs onto it. It's the closest thing I could think of. It's like a LCD panel almost. It's literally just like laminated plastic. I did a video on it long time ago when I first got it. I've had this for like 6 months now. My original plan was I was going to put it on top of the roundhouse that was going to be over here. Like on the roof. Yeah. Electroluminescent, that's what it is. But it has, like I said, I did a video a long ago, and I went through all the different settings, because it has like 27 different settings for lighting, and how it blinks and all that shit. I do not remember it being expensive. I want to say maybe 30, 40 bucks. But I do remember I did buy it on sale. But they have all different ones. They got ones that'll go as small as going into a window, like a light up sign in a video store, to big billboard stuff that you would find on the roofs. B&O, Santa Fe, Chicago Northwestern, all that shit. I love me my Chicago Northwestern. That's why it was the first one I got. But my plan was to get the B&O one and the Santa Fe one, you know, the different railroad ones, and put them around the layout. Factory Direct has them. Train Stuff, or Train World has them. You can actually go to the actual Miller, what did it say? Shit, I'd have to click on it. Miller Engineering, I think it was. They got their own website with all the different signs. But when you go and watch that video, once you see the video, you'll be like, oh shit, that was a deal. Because like I said, it has 27 different blinking combinations, I guess you would want to say. Man, I really wish I had fucking glue. I'm like jonesing to hook this thing up now. Like, I'm half tempted to use my tester's glue to glue the legs on. Wait a minute, I don't have to glue the legs on yet. Oh, I can jimmy rig this bitch. No, I don't even have to do that. I got more of these, don't I? Can't use that one. How do I want to do this? Right. Ooh. Alrighty. Really? Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay. Got that. Got that. Blow myself up. That goes in there. That goes there. Like that. That's not going to work down there. So we got to get this. No. We'll use that. That'll work. Okay, that's not touching. That's not touching. Am I not? Okay, I gotta turn the light off. Hold on. Am I not hooked up all the way? Nope, I'm getting the power there. Okay. Put our pictures into backwards. Okay. That's that. That's that. Double check these. Can't see worth shit. Okay, that's connected. That's connected. I hate these little wires. You can't see them. Oh, let me turn that down. Okay, let me bring it back down here. There we go. There we go. Oh, crap. There we go. Let's mute these. You can see it kinda? Yeah, kinda. Yeah, I like that one the best. What it is it's multiple different signs with the same controller. So some of the stuff that doesn't look right on this looks perfectly fine on other types of signs. But yeah, we're going to get this hooked up eventually. We got to solder these wires together and actually solder different wires in. What's the beeping? Oh, that might have been a radio. I got scanner radios everywhere in the house. Okay, that goes there. That goes there. Get these running again. Maybe, I don't know. I doubt it. Not even out, I mean, everything is run from the other room, power-wise, for the stream. So it's on a totally different circuit. I have a radio in the room here, which you might have heard. I also have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 radios in the den. Okay, put this back together. Because this is my end of line feed. Oh, high-pitched hum. That's probably the fan. There's I got a window fan sitting on the floor, over in that corner. Oh, well. Oh, no, we're going to bring that one over. We're going to stop that one. Okay. I don't know. To be honest, there's no way for interference to go from that plug into the next circuit over into the den and affect. I don't think it would affect the sound. Oh wait, no. Yeah, no. Okay. So. Might as well just shut this off to be safe. Put this back over here. Okay, that goes there. This goes here. Okay, that's there. And this one's here. Okay, pull this one goes here.
Self-Beloit Fire. Respond to medical call at 5:39 Euclid Avenue.
Go. This one's here.
Respond to medical call at 5:39 Euclid Avenue.
Okay, forget this one. No, 105. Oh, get them off. Okay, turn one on. Okay. Flip this over. Oh, the number boards. That's right. Alrighty. A little bit too fast. Oh, that's right, the number boards. That would be 9. Ten. 10 it is. There we go. Hope she gets better. Crazy. No, oh well. I don't know, the radios beep so much I don't honestly hear them. I literally listened to from probably 300 square miles worth of fire department. There's always tone outs and beeps and shit everywhere. Do we have smoke? We got some smoke. And that was it. Always happens. Oh, we're smoking good here. See, I think the problem is I don't put enough smoke in. Okay, this will take us to 9. What are we going to run then? Oh, I know what we're running. Okay. Man, I either need more tracks or I need to start doing longer streams. Or start switching out every 2 hours instead of 3. Oh, I guess you can't hear it. Okay. I might have to turn that horn up a little bit. Oh, wait a minute. I could clamp that one to the table and use that tripod over here. Well, maybe I don't have to buy a tripod for the fourth camera. I wonder if one of those mini fish tank lights would work on there. I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna hook that one of those up tomorrow and see if that works. Because I could put the other one over there too. Yep. A few things to remember, Poles, is a lot of people will get a plug-in USB hub and then put all their cameras into that. Don't. One line straight to the computer for each camera, I have found works the best. for the sole fact that if you take 4 or 5 cameras into a hub, you're trying to shove 4 or 5 cables worth of data through one cable. Each camera has its own line going to the straight to the back of the computer on my setup. Definitely do the blue USB 3.0 cables. Don't get the black cables, the black connector cables. You want the blue connector or the red connector if you can find them. But usually red is in that micro Apple crap USB. They should work. Honestly, for streaming, all you need is 1080p at 60 frames a second. Really, that's the only thing. You don't have to buy a $200 Logitech camera. This camera is a $4.99 camera. The station camera, that was a $10 camera. The only one that everything's autofocus. This one, that's a manual focus. Everything else is auto. The station and the water tower cam and the future roundhouse cam, they're all autofocus. If you go anything over a 20-foot length of cable, make sure you get the heavy-duty cable. It almost looks like a small, thin extension cord, not an actual USB cord. So I was in a stream earlier today and I had the best fun. Oh my God. I loved it. In fact, I'm actually going to start using the term gay all the time. So I guess the guy's from Norwegian. He's Norway. He's Norwegian. And I guess they can't say gay there. So I just ran with it in the whole stream. Man, I'm going to have a gay old time tonight. Cheap Wi-Fi camera. Yeah, most of mine came from Amazon. In fact, all mine came from Amazon. None of mine are name brand. They're all, Bob's Camera Company or whatever the hell you want to call it. The nice thing about the FEF and the Challenger is they got smoking whistle. Hell if I know. YouTube's watch count is broken while you're streaming. Sometimes it says 10, sometimes it says 5, sometimes it says 0. Yet I'm talking to people. So I know it can't be 0. We got the GS4, the FEF, and FEF, goddammit. Stupid Google. Well, I mean, yeah, just 105. And 105 running right now. And I don't even know why I told you that, because you have no fucking clue what I'm talking about. I just told someone that has no clue about trains that I'm running the GS4, the FEF, and the 105, like they know what I'm talking about. Okay, so I'm gonna have to send this whole loco back. When I go to do the 105 for the ducking, I'm gonna have to send the whole loco back, because there's other things I want changed on it that annoy the hell out of me. Like, why are the number boards on when the loco's not in use? And then when you do get it in use, you gotta hit the number board like 2 times to make them come on. See, that's the good thing about getting a locomotive and finding out all the things and then sending it back for the ducking. Which I'll probably do from now on. Because this GG1, man, this is outrageous. Are you building the computer to reprogram it from scratch? By hand? In a garage? With Steve Jobs? I mean, Jesus Christ. It's been like 3 weeks already. No, 2 weeks. I can see waiting that long for a repair. I'm not getting a repair. I bought a locomotive. I want those settings fixed. That's it. It's a real shame that they chopped up 105 and made it a low hood. I should put this tanker on too. I love this tanker because it's a Phillips 66. I hate this tanker because it's a scale trains piece of crap. Dude, like, you can only hold it from literally the tank. Because anywhere else you pick it up from, you're going to mess up the grab iron? I don't know. Goddamn piece of shit. No, that was the wrong one. Goddamn. There we go. You can just make it out from the water tower cam, but I got my stamps up on the wall here. The stamp set I bought from 1998 or something like that. I actually want to get another one because there's actually writing on the back. I'm going to put it in a frame, both of them. One forward, one reverse. Gorgeous stamps though. Daylight, GG1, New York Central Dreyfus, the Hiawatha, and the Santa Fe Super Chief. I don't even recognize them as a thing. I only stopped to take picture of that video, that train, because I saw an actual Kansas City Southern, the full red. And then the graffiti on top of that was a bonus. And all I can tell you is, man, those things are slow as hell. I literally went to the next town, which was like 5 miles away, and had to wait 40 minutes. And there's no stops in between. There's no sidings, no nothing. I do love the FEF, man. Oh, man. Speaking of Kansas, I saw SD60 Ghost Gray in the Enola yard? Oh, Enola. I was going to say, you were at Enola yard? What the hell are you doing all the way down there for? That's my neck of the woods. Eola, which is North Aurora, out by me, had the most beautiful turntable bridge, and they scrapped it. It was a freaking shame. It was the last surviving through truss turntable bridge. Which means it had all the girders, the whole, you know, over the engine. It had all the girders above it and then going down to the bridge. Well, I mean, it isn't an active yard. Although where the turntable is, it's nothing. They could have just left it. The turntable, the roundhouse foundation is still there. I actually went there and took pictures. I walked around the whole place. Gorgeous, gorgeous. Oh. Yes, I trespass. I trespass all the goddamn time to get pictures. And I don't care what they say, that you shouldn't do it. I'll still do it. One, because I know I'm not doing any shenanigans. And two, the stuff I trespass in, it's unused anyway. I mean, like I said, old roundhouses. No one, roundhouse is gone. They're not using it. So it doesn't matter. I've walked into pits before. I've walked out on the bridges so I can get builder's plate pictures and shit. And it just so happens except one, Manufacturer's Junction I've been to, destroyed. Eola Yard I've been to, destroyed. Bensonville Yard I've been to, destroyed. That would be the 40th Street Yard, the old 40th Street Yard. I was there. That's destroyed now too. The only one that's still surviving is... Oh, shit. What would that be? Melrose Park? No. Or would that be Bensonville again? That might still be Bensonville. And they actually use it. Yeah, I'm not like that. I will, if a train is sitting there and it's off, which I have done, I've seen before, I will walk up on, you know, the ladder and maybe get a shot in through the window. I don't go into the locomotive. yes, you can get in trouble for walking on the engine, but you not as much as if you went into it. Because you're not technically going, even though you're on the locomotive, you're not technically braking and entering yet. I remember I was in Ohio, and I went to a New York Central roundhouse location. And I pulled in, and I looked. There was no signs whatsoever. Halfway through me taking pictures, the railroad police, oh, you can't be. I'm like, really? Why? This is private. Where's the signs? Oh, I'm going to arrest you. Go ahead. You want to see what I'm taking pictures of? I'm documenting this turntable. And I do. I walk around the whole thing, take pictures from all sides. Take pictures of the foundation, from the, the old roundhouse foundation and stuff. I don't sneak around and shit. I mean, I'll pull my car right up to where the turntable is. If I can. So it's not like I'm doing it, on the sly or anything like that. I don't touch anything. I don't flip switches. I don't turn on track heaters and shit. I don't turn locomotives off if they're on. Man, I can't believe he did that shit. When I saw him do that, that blew my mind. Like, how do you know that obviously I don't know the particulars about running a locomotive, but if you are using, say, the dynamic brake to hold the locomotive, and you turn the locomotive off, that means you turn the brake off. But for like building, I have no problem walking up to a building, walking around it. I don't care if it's technically trespassing, I guess it could be. Shit, I remember, it's, honestly, this is what got me in. I must have been, honestly, I must have been like 4 or 5. I'm going to have to, I might have to call my uncle and ask when that was. Because he was in the military overseas in Okinawa maybe or something. And we went to go pick him up from the airport. It must have been Midway, because we were south. We were coming through Aurora. And we stopped at Aurora, and that was when the roundhouse was still abandoned. We stopped and walked around the whole damn bit. Man, if I knew then what I knew now, I would have had a camera snapping pictures like crazy. They have since turned that roundhouse into Walter Payton's restaurant, or at least it used to be Walter Payton's restaurant. I don't know what, it's still a restaurant. I don't know who owns it though, but it's a restaurant. The first roundhouse, no, the second roundhouse. Was it the second? I don't know. It's 1860s it started. 1869 was the first section. 1872 was another section, I think. But it was a full circle roundhouse. Chicago, Burlington, and Quincy. In Aurora, Illinois. Beautiful building. It's a shame that it's a restaurant and you can't go into it now. They did keep all the drawings on the walls though. The actual workers used to draw on the walls. They actually drew the yard out with the with both because there was originally two. There was two roundhouses there. Both of the second ones were just to the south of the current one. But I live for that shit. I walked into the forest during hunting season. I found the lost end of the line turntable and engine house for the Chicago Northwestern in Atkin, Illinois. Everyone thought it was like 2 miles away from where it is. And how I found it was using LiDAR. They knew there was a turntable and engine house in the town. When was it turned into the roundhouse or the restaurant? Oh, maybe 2000 or so. It sat literally abandoned right in downtown Aurora, literally right by the lake, or by the river, for shit, 50 years or so. I mean, that they stopped using that before 1939. By 1939, that full circle roundhouse was already abandoned. They didn't use it. They used okay, that had to have been the second one. They built this full circle. They built a second full circle south of it. They ended up tearing down the second one and building like a half circle with a bigger turntable and all that shit. And then they tore that one down. All throughout the time, they weren't using this full circle anymore. I mean, you can't miss it. You can search Walter Payton's Roundhouse or Aurora Roundhouse, and I guarantee you it'll come up. Limestone. The only full circle limestone roundhouse in existence, left in existence. I've gone all around my town in Rockford. I found the Illinois Central Turntable and Roundhouse is completely obliterated. The stream has moved. The stream goes through where the building and everything used to be. The Chicago Northwestern, Chicago Northwestern, there was ties left in the ground that I found, 1 or 2 ties. They have since covered all that in solar panels. I don't know if you'll still be able to see the ties underneath the panels or not. The Chicago, Burlington, and Quincy was a really weird turntable. It did not have a pit. It was what they call a floating turntable. It was all supported by its central hub, and the turntable only you pulled onto the turntable and you could only go into the 3 stalls. Everything else was open air. That centerpiece foundation is still there. And then the second Chicago, Milwaukee, and St. Paul. Let me back up. The Chicago Northwestern, that was the second one. The original roundhouse was on the west side, or the east side of the river. Close to where the fake trolley barn station is now. The Chicago, Milwaukee, and St. Paul, the first roundhouse, they tore down, made it into a yard. The second roundhouse, the foundation is still completely there in the trees, right next to the road. Well, in a way it's not, Because if Peyton didn't buy the roundhouse and turn it into a restaurant, they would have torn it down by now. It was literally falling down. He had to like literally take the whole roof off and rebuild the whole roof. It was just shot. So in essence, he actually, by having a restaurant in there, they actually saved the building. Sadly, they tore down the machine shop and everything that was connected to it because they didn't need that for the restaurant. But that was also a beautiful building. But yeah, I drove from Rockford all the way out, we'll call it Galena. Actually, it's past Galena. But I drove from Rockford to Atkin, Illinois, just to take pictures of this turntable location. It was a flagstone pit, flagstone walled pit. The flags. I've never really posted the pictures because the pictures just didn't turn out. There was so much overgrowth and everything, you really couldn't see anything. But when you were there, you could see it. It was really hard to see it, but you could. The pit is still there. The pit walls, which is flagstone walls, are still there, albeit overgrown and everything, so you don't see much of it. The flagstone foundation for the engine house, just south of the turntable, is still there, and so on this particular thing, the stream ran right alongside the turntable. So to come off the turntable, you went onto a bridge. The bridge abutment, the flagstone bridge abutment on the far side of where that bridge would have been is still there also. Exactly. I mean, I took pictures and video and stuff, and I came back and watched them thinking I could like mash them up and do a video. Nothing really turned out. All you saw was branches and leaves, and even though I went after leaves were gone, there was snow on the ground. It was like middle of winter. But it was a disappointing picture experience. I found it. I seen it with my own eyes. I'm one of the very few people that have ever seen it. Again, no one knew. Everyone thought it was a mile or two east of where it actually is. Because right at the intersection of like what would be considered downtown. Now the town is like 5 houses, so there is no downtown per se, but there's a street that runs where the track used to go. There's a big open field, and that's where everyone said the turntable was. No. And if anyone's ever out here, and I have no problem taking them to it. I mean, it's really a fun place to go. I have a thing. It's not a sexual thing. I get off on seeing things that no one has ever seen, or very, very few people have ever seen. I'm the kind of person that be driving down the road and see a gravel road and go, huh, wonder where that goes. I will go down it and check it out. My hometown police department, they always had a street. It was really weird. They have the parking lot, and then a street comes off the parking lot going out into the houses. And I've always wondered, what the hell? You know, I used to work at the police station as an explorer. I never went back there. A couple years ago, I went back there. Oh my God. There is the most beautiful shit. I mean, it needs work because it's just been, it's been kind of, it's not abandoned. The police department owns it. But a gorgeous house from pre-1939. It's one of the original houses that were in the area. There's only like literally 5 houses left from pre-1939 in this whole area. And that's one of them. And I almost got arrested because I saw things that I'm not supposed to see. AKA all their undercover cars. And I explained to him, I'm like, dude, get off your high horse. There's no sign saying I can't be back here. I mean, there might be now, but when I went, there wasn't. But man, this house, oh, classic, like 1800s house. It has a widow's walk on the top. It had the flat roof with the, you know, obviously the fencing was already broke off, but you could tell there was a widow's walk originally. And it had a spire in one corner. Gorgeous house. And it's just, literally, you look at the outside and go, oh my God, this thing's, it's just a pile of crap. Paint's all peeling and shit. They don't take care of it at all. I go out, because of my mapping I'll go out. I drove to pretty much all the different towns around here and took pictures of all the surviving stations for the old interurbans and shit like that, and the old bridges that are still around, stuff like that. The problem is because I'm somewhat handicapped, I mean, I take a hell of a chance going out to these places. Like Atkin, if I got stuck out there, you know, if something happened with my knees, I wouldn't even know how to tell someone where the hell I am. I literally, I didn't think I was going to have to walk this far. I had to walk like a mile into the woods on a bike trail, and then down a 20-foot drop. And then I was in the old yard area. That might have been private property, might not have been, I don't know. No signs. Oh, deterring cartilage? Natural. Started in 3rd grade, which is why I'm such an old, cranky person. Even when I was a teenager, I would be the person in the group going, maybe we shouldn't ride our bikes down this 45-degree hill that's 200 feet tall. You know, maybe that's a bad... I was always the one that was looking past what we were going to do and going, man, that could really fuck someone up. I was the fuddy-dud of the group. And it just happened one day. One day I'm fine, running around. The next day I'm walking through a field and my leg just locks. Can't move it at all. Stuck in the middle of the school field. The bell rang. I'm literally just standing out there. I was like 2 hours. No, I was like an hour late to school. We were doing a play that day. King Bidgood's in the bathtub and he won't get out. And we had to get into a bathtub. I'm like, dude, I can't fucking crawl into a bathtub. I can't even bend my leg. So they put a chair behind the tub and I sat in the chair. Eventually it unlocked. But we ended up... No. Okay, hold on. Henry's House of Hookers, how may we help you? Okay, my bad. But yeah, that's when I found out that my cartilage is actually turning into sand. Pretty much since 3rd grade, I've been in pain 24/7. It gets way worse when storms are coming and shit. I'm better at detecting a storm than Tom Skilling. Let's just say that. But like, there's lots of stuff I want to go see. I'm trying to get friends to go with me, so I have someone to go. You know, if something happened, because the next one I want to go to is Winston Tunnel, and the house that Petticoat Junction was based on, which is all in the same area. And it's just there's no way I want to try that by myself, because that's I'm walking up and down hills and shit. You can't go into the tunnel. The fan house and everything that was removed already, I missed seeing that, but I just want to go and walk to this tunnel. It's the longest tunnel in Illinois. But what happened was, so it's the Chicago Great Western. Comes out of Elizabeth, Illinois, going towards Iowa. They come up to a hill, so they ended up going with a tunnel through the hill. It comes out of the tunnel, rides open for a while, and then it went over a huge bridge that went over a valley. At the base of the bridge, the old house that Petticoat Junction was supposedly based on is down there. I don't know the condition. All I know is there's a house out there somewhere underneath the bridge, where the bridge used to be. The only problem is all my friends have kids, so they can't take a whole day out of their, to do this. It would be a whole day. I'd wake up in the morning, I would go, they would either come out here or I would pick them up, drive all the way out there, have to walk for maybe, well, for me, probably an hour and a half, because I can't walk fast at all, to look at this thing for 5 or 10 minutes. Honestly, my trips are useless, time-wise, but, man, it's just shit that not many people see. Yeah, the Chicago or the Chicago Great Western in Atkin, that was a feather in my cap. Out of all the places I've out of all the places I've actually been to photo document stuff, that's by far the top feather in my cap. Because everything else was like, oh, it's a substation, but it's right downtown. People don't know it's a substation. People don't know what it's from. I know what it's from, but people see it all the time. The Atkin thing, that was no one has seen that since they tore it down in the 1890s. Because again, everyone thought it was a mile. If people had saw it, they would have known where it was, I drove down to Ithaca. I can't remember the town name. Down by Peoria, Illinois, along that river. And I can't, off the top of my head, I can't remember the railroad or the interurban it was now. But I drove probably an hour and a half just to take pictures of this like 15 foot by 15 foot building for 20 seconds. Oh, excuse me. Hold on. Oh, there we go. I felt it coming. So, right now we have on track one, outside to inside, the GS4 4449, 1981 to 2000 version. We got the FEF2 831 post 47. Actually, it would be like post 56. No, post, hold on. The box says post 47, but it's not. It would be post 52. It has the oil conversion. It has the triple stack. It has the smoke shields, and it's painted black. So I think that would put it around 52. Because before that it was Overland Scheme, the two-tone gray. And on the inside is Wheeling and Lake Erie GP 35105. So since I fucked this whole thing up, we'll go back. What the hell did we run first? We ran the Centipede. We ran the Centipede. We ran the GP30. I can't remember. Oh well. So, we're going to take you through the history of these three, because I forgot to do it to all the others. So, FEF2 was built by Alco in September of 1937. Now, this is all real. When it comes to fictional, I'll tell you. It was built by Alco in September of 1939. Its serial number is 69172. The order number was S1811. It was built for Union Pacific with a number of 831. It's an FEF2. It weighs 894,960 pounds. Its wheel arrangement was a 484. The leading trucks were 36-inch. The drivers were 80-inch. The trailing truck, the front axle was 36-inch. The rear axle was 45-inch wheels. It's a Union Pacific thing. They had dual size wheels under their fireboxes. The boiler pressure was 300 pounds per square inch. Its top design speed was 120 miles an hour. Its tractive effort was 63,800 pounds per foot. It was originally built as a coal burner with 50,000 pounds of coal and 23,500 gallons of water. Estimated horsepower is 5,200. Its length was 114 foot 2 5/8 inches. Its width was 10 foot 11 inches. Its height was 16 feet. These are rough what's the fucking word I'm looking for? I lost it again. Guesstimates. In 1946, it was converted to oil from coal with a 6,550 gallon oil capacity. The Mars light was added to it, and it was painted in the Overland Scheme. In 1945, they converted it from a single smokestack to a double smokestack. In 1947, they converted it from a double smokestack to a triple smokestack, which is what I have. I have a triple stack. In 1951, the smoke shields were added to it. In 1952, it was painted black with the graphite scheme. So that's why I say it's not post 47, it's post 52. It was retired in 1956. Fictional, it was donated to the museum in 1957. In 1958, its flues and tubes were replaced and it was put into service. By 1973, they had to store it and put it in display because they didn't have money to to do the 15-year inspection. In 1984, it was fully restored to operating condition. In 1999, it went through its 15-year inspection and overhaul. In 2014, it went through its 15-year. And in 2029, it's due for its next 15-year. The next one would be the GS4. This is a long one. Built by Lima in May of 1941, serial number 7817, order number 1152. Built for the Southern Pacific Railroad, number 4449, it was a GS4 class, weighing in at 870,600 pounds. Its wheel arrangement was a 484, leading truck 36-inch, drivers 80-inch, trailing truck 45-inch. Its boiler pressure was 300 pounds per square inch. Its design speed was 120 miles an hour max. Its tractive effort was 78,650 pounds per foot. It was built as an oil burner with a fuel capacity of 5,880 gallons of oil, 23,500 gallons of water. Has a horsepower estimate of 5,000 horsepower. Its length was 110 foot long, 10 foot wide, 16 foot 4 inches tall. Now, some of this is guesstimate. Some of this I know, some of this I don't know when it happened. Now, I know 4449 ran with and without pilot trim. I don't know if it came without pilot trim and they added it on. I know when they added it on at one point. I don't know when they added it on at other points. So, in 1941, it was delivered in the daylight scheme with number boards under the smokestack up in front, and what I'm guessing was no pilot trim. In 1946, they changed from small lettering to the large lettering. They moved the number boards to mid-boiler, as it looks like on this one. The big lettering, the number boards in the middle of the boiler. In 1950, it was transferred to freight service, repainted War Baby, and the skirts were removed. In 1957, it was retired and stored at the Roundhouse in Bakersfield, California. In 1958, it was donated and moved to Oaks Pioneer Park in Portland, Oregon, as the War Baby no-skirted version. In 1974, it was selected for the Freedom Train. They moved it from the park to Hoyt Street Roundhouse. I think H-O-Y-T. I'm pretty sure that would be considered Hoyt in Portland, Oregon. In 75, it returned to service in Freedom Train scheme. Skirts replaced. Number boards moved back to the original spots up by the smokestack, and the pilot trim was put on it. I know it didn't have the pilot trim when it was stored. They put the pilot trim back on it when they turned it into the Freedom Train. In 1977, it was returned to the Hoyt Street Roundhouse. In 1981, they wanted to expand the yard. They were tearing down the Hoyt Street Roundhouse, so they moved it from the Hoyt Street Roundhouse to the Brooklyn Roundhouse in Portland, Oregon. In 1981, it was returned to the daylight scheme. Number boards moved again back to the middle of the boiler, and it ended in excursion service. Now, again, the 1981 is exactly what my daylight is. Mine's the 81 to 2000 version. In 1984, it ran the longest excursion trip in history in the U.S. 7,477 mile round trip. In the same trip in Del Rio, Texas, the connector plate for the drawbar failed and the tender fell off. So the train stopped, the engine kept going, they had enough steam, they backed it up, they were able to fix it and continue the trip. In 1986, it appeared in the best movie ever made, Tough Guys. In 2000, the white walls were removed and the number boards again were replaced into the original spots up by the smokestack. In 2000, it was repainted the Freedom Train scheme due to the 9/11 tragedy. In 2004, it ran in the daylight scheme, what I call as delivered, because it had no, they removed the pinstripe or the trim from the pilot. I don't know how long they ran it like that, but in the same year it was returned to the 2000 scheme, which had the trim. In 2012, they lost the Brooklyn Street Roundhouse. They moved it to the Oregon Museum of Science and Industry in Portland, Oregon. In 2013, it exited its 15-year inspection and overhaul with flying colors, supposedly. And that should say entered, not exited. I gotta fix that. Where's my pencil? So in 2003, it entered its 15-year overhaul. In 2015, 2 years later, it was returned back to excursion service. 4449 is a 484 Northern GS4. In 2022, it was forced out of excursion service by Oregon Pacific Railroad due to excessive rail wear. So it's pretty much rail locked now. They have no way of getting it to any other trackage without going over Oregon Pacific Railroad, so it's stuck. Fictional, in 2025, the museum bought it and restored it back to its 81 to 2000 version. Its next overhaul will be in 2028. Now, for the short of the Wheeling and Lake Erie, number 9. So, Wheeling and Lake Erie. EMD built January 1965, serial number 29910, order number 7774-11. Built for the Southern Railway under number 2655. It was a GP35, weighing in at 260,000 pounds. Its wheels were a BB configuration with 40-inch BB configuration. Its engine was a 16-567D3A V16. Its top speed was 65 miles an hour. Tractive effort was 60,500 pounds per foot. Diesel fuel, 2,300 gallon capacity. Its horsepower was 2,500 horse. Length 56 foot 2 inches, width 10 foot 4 inches, height 15 foot 3 inches. In 1986, it was bought by Norfolk and Southern. In 1990, it was bought by Wheeling and Lake Erie. In 2000, it was rebuilt into a GP35-3, painted Wheeling and Lake Erie scheme and renumbered 105. So that's as you see it on the layout. In 2024, it was rebuilt into a low hood, fictional 2024. It was on loan from Wheeling and Lake Erie to the museum. So that's what's running now. Do you guys want to hear the rest of the ones I've ran? I mean, it's up to you guys. Some people like that info, some people don't give a shit. I have that info for the sole fact that I'm a museum layout, and museums have information like that. Oh, the hammerhead. Okay. Because that's an actual fun one. Because that one I had to really come up with, because that's actually still running. Hammerhead was number 15. So, Hammerhead, built by Alco, December of 1953, with a serial number of 80580. Its order number was 20899. For the Pennsylvania Railroad, numbered 8445. It's an RS3 hammerhead, and the hammerhead designates the short hood, the high short hood. The hammerhead, it was done that because that's where the steam jenny is and everything. A regular hammerhead is freight. A regular RS3 is freight. A hammerhead is for the passenger. It weighed 247,100 pounds. It was a 40-inch wheel BB arrangement. It had an Alco 244H V12 engine, originally, which I believe the sound file is the 244H V12. It had a speed of 65 to 85 miles an hour, most likely 85. The 65 to 85 was for the RS3, being that passengers are usually higher speed. I'm guessing the passenger version was the 85. Tractive effort of 61,755 pounds per foot. It was a diesel with a capacity of 1,200 gallons of fuel. Horsepower is 1,600. Length of 56 inches. Width of 10 foot 1 5/8 inches, height of 14 foot 5 1/8 inch. I gotta get a drink, hold on. In 1966, it was renumbered to 5569, as it is on the board. In 1968, it was transferred to Penn Central. This is where it's really weird. In 1970, it was transferred to Leith Valley and renumbered 211. In 1976, it was transferred to Conrail and renumbered 5487. In 1979, it was rebuilt into an RS3M. It was repainted Conrail blue and numbered 9920. And what the rebuild was is they ripped out the Alco 244H V12 and put an AMD 12-567B V12 engine in it with lesser 1,250 horsepower. In 1981, it was stored. In 1986, it was bought by Leith Valley. Oh no. In 1986, it was bought by Leith Valley 211 Associates and renumbered 211. In the same year, they donated to the Rochester and Grenzy Valley Railroad Museum, where it is now. In 1990, it was repainted to the early 1970s So that should be, it was repainted. Another fix. In 1970, it was transferred to the Leith Valley, repainted and renumbered. So going back to 1990 again, it was repainted to the early 1970s Leith Valley theme, which was red. But in my fictional, in 1979, the museum bought it and restored it back to 5569. Because obviously some of the stuff I have to fudge the history because like in this engine it's still currently running. Yeah, the bright red is the Leith Valley paint scheme. Penn Central, they left it the same color as it is now, with the same number, in fact. In 1970, they repainted it red and numbered it to 211. In 76, it was still red but Conrail. In 5487, they didn't repaint it the Conrail blue until 79. No. I've never had to look. I've never looked up that locomotive actually in my life before. It's a process to get even the information I have. It's a process. The first thing I always do is I always look up whatever the locomotive is. Amtrak number 4316 pictures, and that usually leads me to some archive. It's just a bunch of railroad pictures, and that's where I can get like the serial number and the order number. There's like 3 or 4 main websites that I end up going to for the information, and I can't remember any of them because it's just second nature that I see the address and I just go there. So that's those 3. I did the Hammerhead. I ran the Northwestern. The Northwestern would be number 17. Oh, pardon me again. So, the Norfolk and Western GP30, built by EMD in June of 1962 with a serial number of 27356, order number 5637-2. Built for the Norfolk and Western Railway, number 523. It was a GP30, weighed 245,000 pounds, 40-inch wheel BB configuration. The engine was a 16-567 D3 V16, top speed of 70 miles an hour, tractive effort of 60,500 pounds per foot. It was a diesel with 1,700 gallon capacity, 2,250 horsepower, 56 foot 2 inches long, 10 foot 4 inches wide, 15 foot 11 inches tall. In 1995, it was transferred to Tennessee Southern. Even though that comes back as a fictional railroad, it was, I have pictures of it in Tennessee Southern paint. So I'm still kind of confused about that one. In 2022, it was scrapped. Fictional 2023, the museum bought it. I ran that one, which would be 18. This is a short one. The Western Maryland Heritage Unit was built by GE in February of 2023, and why is that bold? God, how many fucking mistakes did I make? Serial number 61599, order number 1812. It was built for CSX, road number 3068. It was an ES44AH. I gotta look at that too, because it wasn't an AH. The Western Maryland is an AC. Weighed 425,000 pounds, 42-inch wheels in the CC configuration. It had a Gevo 12 V12 engine. Max speed of 70 miles an hour, 183,000 pounds per foot tractive effort. It was a diesel with 5,000 gallon capacity, 4,400 horsepower, 74 foot 6 inches long, 9 foot 11 inches wide. That doesn't seem right either. I gotta look that up. Something tells me that should be 10 foot 11 inches. 15 foot 5 inches tall. In 2023, it was painted in the CSX boxcar scheme. In 2024, it was renumbered to 1852 as the Western Maryland Heritage Unit, and fictional 2025 on loan to the museum. I did the Greenbrier Shay. Yeah. So, the Greenbrier, the Shay was built by Lima in April of 1910. Serial number 1687, order number 2248, for the Chesapeake and Ohio as engine number 11. It was a Class D, as in dog, Shay. Actually, D as in Dan, because that's what the D actually stands for, is Dan. There was actually there was 4 different Ds, I think. No, was it a Dan? I'll have to look that up again. I know it was a Class D. 242,000 pounds. It was a 044440 tank engine with 46-inch wheels. The boiler pressure was 200 pounds per square inch. The top speed for a Shay was 26.7 miles an hour, so that's what I have as the speed. Whether or not it was that exact Shay, no one knows. The tractive effort was 52,161 pounds per foot. It was a coal burner with 20,000 pounds of coal, 8,000 gallons of water, 1,200 horsepower, 70 feet long, 10 foot wide, 15 foot high. In 1923, it was bought as a scrap locomotive, shipped to Cass, West Virginia, and rebuilt to operating standard. In 1923, it was placed under West Virginia Pulp and Paper Company. Let me rephrase that. 1923 was bought as scrap by the West Virginia Pulp and Paper Company. By 1924, it was fully restored and put under service under Greenbrier, Cheat, and Elk Railroad number 14. In 1928, it was transferred to full West Virginia Pulp and Paper Company. In 1932, it was transferred to the Western Maryland Railway as locomotive number 5. In 1950, it was stored In 54, it was scrapped. Fictional. In 54, it was shipped to Cass, West Virginia for display. In 1971, it was bought by the museum. 79, it was restored as Greenbrier Cheaton Elk Railroad number 14. In 1994, 2009, and 2024, it went through its 15-year inspection and overhauls. Its next one is due in 2039. I also did the Challenger. Oh, and the Centipede. That would be... That's the E8. No. 11. Where's 11? Damn it. There's 11. And there's 6. We're going to go with the Centipede first. So, I will refer to it as A1 and A2. A1 is the one with the antenna. A2 is the one without the antenna. The histories are the same. They diverge at a certain point. They diverge in 1950. So, built by Baldwin, and again, built by Baldwin in February 1948. Serial number 41 for A1. And damn it, I lost the paper. And 42 for A2. The order number was 73885A1 for A1 and 73385A2 for the A2 unit. Built by the Pennsylvania Railroad, numbered 5832A1 and 5832A2. It was a DR12-8-15/2 Centipede, weighing 595,000 pounds each. It had a 2-D as in dog plus D-2 42-inch wheel arrangement. Its engine was a 608 SC V8 ×2, had 120 mile an hour top speed, attractive effort of 102,500 pounds per foot. It was a diesel with 3,500 gallons of fuel, 3,000 horsepower for the single unit. 91 foot 6 inches, 10 foot 4 3/4 inches, 91 foot 6 inches long, 10 foot 4 3/4 wide, 15 foot high. In 1948, it had the modified Lowry scheme as it's shown on the layout today with the 5-stripe. In 1950, 5832A1 was renumbered to 5832. 5832A2 was renumbered to 5820. In 1951, they were transferred to freight and repainted with a broadband scheme, which was a single stripe. In 1964, it was retired. In 1964, they were donated to the museum. In 1965, they were repainted, restored and repainted to the modified Lowry scheme, like it was in 1948 and on the layout. I tell you what I got in my fleet. I really would like to learn more about it. F7 thoroughbred one. Norfolk Southern. Look up, this is what you do. Norfolk and Southern, number sign, and then the engine number, pictures. That'll get you your first step on my side. It's National Railway Pictures Archive or I don't know. It's been around forever. Tennessee Southern now say that it's wheelhouse because it's in my home state. But see, I've looked up and Tennessee Southern is labeled as a fictional railroad. But yet I've actually seen old pictures of that locomotive painted in southern Tennessee paint scheme. So that's what's kind of confusing me about it. Is it a fictional paint scheme now? And it was a defunct railroad then? I don't know. So that was that. Now the Challenger I did. And where's the Challenger? The Challenger was number 8. Let me get a drink before I start this. Okay, so the Challenger, built by Alco in June of 1943, serial number 70174, order number S1879, built for the Union Pacific as 3985. It's a 4664-4 Challenger, which equals out to the heavy Challenger. There's two different Challengers, a light and a heavy. Weighed 1,073,900 pounds. Okay. Then maybe it was a fictional railroad for the engine I saw. Because Rapido has a... I don't remember seeing it way back when I started looking at Rapido. It's something new, I think. Home Shop or something like that. And they make custom freelance locomotives, and some of them were Tennessee Southern. So that's what kind of made me confused. Its wheel arrangement was a 4664 with 33-inch leading wheels, 69-inch drivers, and again, it's Union Pacific, so the trailing truck front axle is 36 inches. The firebox truck first axle is 36 inches. The firebox truck rear axle is 45 inches. Boiler pressure of 280 psi. Speed of 70 miles an hour, tractive effort of 97,350 pounds per foot. It was a coal locomotive with 56,000 pounds of coal, 25,000 gallons of water, 121 10-foot 3 1/4 inches long, 11-foot 2 inches wide, 16-foot 2 inches high. In 1957 it was stored. In 1962 it was retired. In 1963, it was repainted and placed as display for the 1963 NRHS convention. After that, in 1963, it was stored at the Cheyenne Roundhouse. In 1975, it was placed on display at the Cheyenne Depot that's near the Cheyenne Roundhouse. In 1979, employee volunteers started restoration. In 1981, it was restored and placed into excursion service going to Rail Fair in 1981. In 1990, it was converted to oil mainly because it kept starting fires with its coal sparks out of the smokestacks, with a oil capacity of 6,450 gallons. In 1991, it went to Rail Fair 91. In 92, it went to the National Railroad Historical Society Convention. In 1990, later that year, it was selected to pull the Clinchfield Santa train as Clinchfield number 767. In 1993, it masqueraded as UP 3967 and 3967 for the first half and 3718 for the second half of the 40th anniversary of the Rocky Mountain Railroad Club excursion. And they did that because their first excursion, the first half was pulled by UP 3967 and the second half was pulled by 3718, going up and down the hills respectively, I guess. So they wanted to mimic that. In 1993, they went to the 93 NRHS convention. In 2010, it did its last run for UP, pulling the Ringling Brothers and Barnum Bailey Circus train. Later that year, it was put in due to poor maintenance and damaged, it was stored at the Cheyenne Roundhouse. In 2020, it was retired. In 2022, it was transferred to the Railroad Heritage of Midwest America at the old Rock Island, Silvis, Illinois shops. Fictional, in 2011, it was donated to the museum. In 2020, it finished its restoration to operating condition by the museum, and its 15-year inspection will be due in 2035. So that should be all the locomotives I've ran so far. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Wait, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. That's it. At least up to now that we're running for info. Oh man, that was a lot. I haven't talked that much in like shit. Feels like 18 years. Ugh. The bad thing about living alone, you don't talk. So when I do start talking, man, does it do a number on my throat? Son of a bitch. I gotta do a text real quick. Well, you can go ahead and call me a fucking idiot. What I should have done was told you to get onto the stream before I went through this like half hour to 45-minute spiel talking about the history of all the locomotives I've ran already today and the ones I'm currently running. You could have learned something. I'll remember remind you to kick me in my ass the next time I see you for it. That didn't make sense. Next time, kick me in my ass next time. Kick me in the ass for it the next time I see you. The frustration of wanting to teach someone trains when they don't have time to learn trains, oh my, you would not believe it. So Tennessee Southern is still a real locomotive. So why can't I find any information on the Tennessee Southern of that locomotive? You know, whoever says, oh, you can find anything online, they have not looked up half the shit I have looked up. half the stuff I look up, I cannot find. Dude, I bought a book for like 4 pieces of information for the Yellow Jacket, which I don't even have yet. I wanted the weight. No, I wanted the length, the width, the height, and the wheel diameters. I can't find it anywhere. I have bought a book just for that little bit of information. Bought a whole book. Granted, I should have bought the book already because it's. I have a feeling it's going to be an awesome book, and it's going to go right into my collection because I love me blueprints and shit like that. I mean, for the here, let me do this. I'm going to move the camera. I got to turn the cameras off first. Watch me screw all this up. So, can you see this? Okay, I'm not high enough yet. Oh, there we go, kind of. I can't pull it out far enough, but so I have a book called 100 Years of Steam, and it's just loaded with steam engine blueprints. And being I'm somewhat of a historian, all the good books I have, I end up scanning and making them into an ebook. So if I ever had a fire, the book would be destroyed, but I'd still have the book. So what I did was the Shea page, I removed the picture and moved over the, there used to be a picture right here. These are over this way. So I photoshopped it up and got rid of the picture, moved these over to center. This is a Shea blueprint. And this one up here, this is the baby. It's an actual blueprint of 3465, the sister to 3460 Blue Goose. And then obviously I have all my rail gauges and you know, metal rulers and stuff and all that crap. Nope, too much. All the first edition sealer bulletins that I buy for my traction mapping, I scan. I scan my 100 Years of Steam Locomotives blueprint book. I scanned my Union Pacific, I don't even know what the hell that thing was called, track motive power of the Union Pacific or something. And I'll probably scan this book when I get it. Although I'm going to have to set up a virtual machine on my computer and then install the software that runs the better scanner that I like to use because it's right up by me and not behind the computer. But yeah, all the old books I get, I normally scan. So I at least have a, which is a perfectly legal. As I was saying before I started choking, scanning a book is perfectly legal. You have, by copyright law, you have the right to make a backup of anything you buy, even video, even a DVD. You can copy, you can make a copy of a DVD. It is not against the law. You can't sell it, you can't give it away. Although I have been known to do that. The people in my roundhouse, my little roundhouse group that I have, that we do the roundhouse project, I've shared my scanned books with them, and they've scanned their shared books with me. And the one guy produces books. He sent me 2 books already. Timothy Starr, great books. Railroad books, great books. Mostly about roundhouses and stuff like that. Mostly up in New York for his non-roundhouse books. But Timothy Starr writes books, great books. I'll have to message him and tell him I gave him a shout out later. That was like the first book I was ever credited in. Was his roundhouse book. Because of my roundhouse file that I had. And really, like I said, these are short. When I had the fish channel, Rockford Aquatics, or no, no, because I changed it. I went to Roundhouse Aquatics. I was actually going to build a roundhouse and put it into a fish tank, a Walther's roundhouse model, and I was going to put it into a fish tank, and I was going to run air tubes so the air came out of the smokestacks and shit. It was going to be awesome, but it never came about. But I mean, my short streams were 12 hours. I mean, this was during COVID time mostly, but I remember I would start streaming at like 8 at night and keep streaming until like noon or so the next day. I would just do crazy streams. I did a 72-hour stream once, an angelfish breeding watch. And I get a kick out. So my dad's even mentioned, you swear too much. I'm like, I swear less than I did on the Fish Channel. The Fish Channel just went out of control, though. It turned into 2 different cliques and one against the other. And at a certain point, I literally had to change my profile picture. I am not associated with the Fish family, because everyone from the Fish family wants to start raving crazy. No, that's fine. I'm just blabbering. I remember one time I was having a stream, some dude fucking nude bombed my stream. He picked a name that was a known name, so I let him up on my stream, because at that time I was using StreamYard so I could have guests up. And he was buck naked, walking around his front room. Posiwi remembers that guy, I'm sure, because I want to say you were in. If Posiwi's still here, Leo Posiwi, she was in that stream at the time, I'm pretty sure. But it got to the point where I just got so fed up with the stupidity. Like, this one kid, he would go and buy fish, leave them in the bag while he sets his tank up. And I'm like, dude, you don't do that. You set your tank up, you let it run for a day or two, make sure the temperature's right now, then you go buy in your fish. You're doing it half-assed backwards, dude. And he just had problem after problem because of what he was doing. His fish would die and shit, and I'd try to help him, and I literally, Posiwi can vouch, I legitimately tried to help him. And everything I said, he did the exact, and I finally just got pissed off, and I just snapped on him one day. I brought up every little thing that just pissed me off about him. And I told him off. Pretty much, don't you ever, I remember saying the line, don't you ever bring your nail-painted ass back into one of my streams again asking questions. I just snapped. This was after like 6 months, literally 6 months of every week. Like telling them pretty much the same shit, trying to help them. What can you, then again, he was from California, so that explains a lot, so. I know they say you don't judge a book by its cover, but man, I've been around the block enough that I can tell I'm not gonna like someone from California. They're 90% of the people from California are just too damn stupid. I honestly, to be quite honest, I don't like people. I'm the kind of person, I'm German. I'm mostly German. I have the German mentality. I can be friends with someone for 20 years and just the littlest thing, hell, my girlfriend, I dated her for 11 years, we were living together. She walks into the front room with a bowl full of cereal, Cheerios, with milk in it. And she stumbled a little bit, and a Cheerio fell out of the bowl onto the floor. She stopped, looked down at it, and continued walking to the couch. Oh my God, we had the biggest fight. I damn near kicked her out of the house for that. It just little stupid things just can set me off. Posiwi knows. If Adele, I call her Cock, Collaboration of Curiosities is her channel. If she ever came, she could vouch for it. They all know me from back in the day. They've dealt with me enough times that, by the way, if you're listening, Cock, I'm sorry for getting your first channel canceled. But it's, I don't know. The more I deal with people, the less patience I have for them, it seems to be. Which is why I will say people can come over, but I honestly never really follow up on it. Because something tells me if I meet someone, they're going to piss me off. I don't. I mean, there's things I've said that piss other people off. I don't believe in PTSD. I don't believe in it. If that's the case, everyone has it. Oh, you get a paper cut. You cut your hand with a paper. You get a PTSD. To me, the military people, it's not PTSD. It's shell shock. That's different than PTSD. Hell, you get in I had a friend that got in an accident. They claimed they had PTSD. I'm like, dude, you had a fender bender. You don't have PTSD. Get your ass up and do your shit. I pissed Matt off because I firmly believe a truck driver isn't a hard job at all. I've been in pipe fitting. I've had to move 21 foot long pipe that were 8-inch around. Weighed, I don't even know how much they weighed. 400 or 500 pounds, 600 pounds, 1,000 pounds, I don't know. We had to move my hand. That's a hard job. You're sitting in the goddamn truck driving around. It's not a fucking hard job. I mean, shit, a monkey did it in a TV show. I don't believe a semi-truck driver is a hard job. You'll never get me to believe it. I should respect police officers because they're heroes. No, they're not. A police officer is not a hero at all. A fireman and a paramedic, they are. They go run into the fucking burning building. They actually put their lives at jeopardy more than a police. Did you know it's more dangerous to be a garbage truck driver than a police officer? Seriously. Statistically, it's more dangerous to be a garbage man than a police officer. And honestly, that's a hero. If any job is going to be called a hero, I'm going to call the garbage man a hero. We can live without police officers. We can't live without garbage men. Within 2 months, your garbage is going to be as tall as your house. There's no way you're going to be able to drive on the road. There's no way you're going to be able to get out of your house. There's going to be garbage everywhere. I think there should be a train engine for garbage men. They have the fire department. They have the police department. They have the paramedics, the first responder shit. Where's the garbage man? That's the person we should be helping. I go on hot days. I'll go out and give my garbage man a cold pop or something. On hot days, I will give my mailman a cold pop. I won't give a cop a pop. Honestly, with the dealings I've had with police and the dealings I've seen police do, I wouldn't even piss on a cop, honestly, if they were on fire. I've known of 1,000 different cops. Legitimately, 1,000 different cops I've dealt with in my life. Only two of them, I actually remember saying, you guys are cool enough, and they were arresting me, by the way. You guys are cool enough, if I ever have a barbecue, would you guys come to it? And this is the arresting officers I'm saying this to. I'm being taken to jail, and I'm telling them, you're cool enough, I like you guys. It was me. So I was driving my 1999 Police Interceptor from Michigan Blue. It was me and my brother-in-law in my car, my mom, my dad, and my sister in my dad's SUV. My brother-in-law bought a toolbox. The bottom of it went into the SUV. The top section went into my car. We pull away from the store. I'm about 4 miles down the road, and I look in my rearview mirror, and I see a cop with its lights on, bawling. just balling up the road. And I look over to my brother-in-law. I go, "We're getting pulled over." He's like, "What do you mean?" I'm like, I can tell it. I can see the future. I always have been able to see the future in a way. Whether it be my brain can see patterns or something, I don't know. But I know what's going to happen. Lo and behold, I did get pulled over. Well, we have a report of you stealing this stuff. I'm like, first of all, how the fuck can you steal a toolbox? The boxes are huge. It took us like 15 to 20 minutes to pack the stuff, get it out of the store and into the vehicles. How are we stealing this? Second of all, here's the goddamn receipt. But they whipped us out of the car and they searched the car and everything. Pretty much, yeah. I had a cop in my hometown. Oh my God. Dude, they were the epitome of... So, you know how they say people that were made fun of in high school always become cops because they want the power? These two were the epitome of it. Starks and Piatek were their names. Oh my God. Dude, I could have sued the shit out of my town so bad. Every week they would pull me over for bullshit. They tried breaking into my house once. The funniest was they were beside me. Now, the real funny thing is because I've had so much problem with cops, I religiously use my turn signal 3 to 500 feet before I need to. In Illinois, the rule is 200 or 250 feet. I do it for like 3 to 500 feet because that's a thing that they get you at. Oh, you didn't use a turn signal. They're in the lane right next to me. I'm in the right-hand lane. They're in the left-hand lane. I turn my turn signal on for 500 feet, gonna make a right-hand turn. They say I didn't use my turn signal. I'm like, listen, you little pansy shit. I'm literally walked up right to them. I'm looking down at them. I'm like a foot taller than these guys. And the guy is literally standing on the curb, and I'm still taller than him. Like the 6 to 7 inch curb. I'm like, listen, you little pilly shit. You didn't see me not use my turn signal, because I always use my fucking turn signal. You're full of shit. I just went in on him. Six one. I'm 6'1", but it's just the shit. Again, because I've had so much problem, I literally follow the rules of the road. When I turn, it's always into the first available lane, because honestly, they're pet peeves of mine. When you're turning, you turn your turn signal on, you jackass. Let the other people know you're turning. Another thing I don't like is they tell you to brake and then turn your turn signal on. I don't think you should. That's backwards. Illinois rules of the road, you're on crack. If you have to turn your turn signal on 200 to 300, 200 feet before, you should be having your turn signal on before you're braking. I've been pulled over for that too. I've actually been pulled over for using my turn signal for too long and not going fast enough in the slow lane. I've also got pulled over because the cop goes, I pull over anyone. See, this was pure profiling I could have sued for. And it totally ruined the whole day. And me and my woman almost broke up over it. So me and my woman are going to her friend's house. I'm driving. We get pulled over. Cop admits I pull over anyone that's driving an ex-police car. We're going to search the vehicle. So they pull up both of us out. They put me in cuffs in the back of the car for no reason. They pull my woman out. They're on the side of the highway, 75 mile an hour highway. Actually, back then it was 90 miles an hour because it was Elgin O'Hare. No one really policed it. It wasn't state jurisdiction. It wasn't county jurisdiction. It wasn't city. Like, no one was policing it really. But it just so happens I found a Cook County cop that had a bug up her ass. Oh, tore the whole car apart. 45 minutes to a half hour on the side of the road. By the time we get back in the car, me and my woman we're late to a birthday party for her friend now. We're just bitching up a storm to the point where I literally drove her there, dropped her off, and went back home. I'm like, I'm not dealing with this shit today. Shit, well, when I first moved in here, so I live in Rockford, but I don't live in Rockford. I live in Winnebago County. I'm an unincorporated. The fire department's the next town over. The police department is the county. One day, a Rockford cop ended up knocking on my door. I don't know what the hell for. I'm like, what are you doing here? What's going on? You're out of your jurisdiction. So I called my buddy at county. I'm like, what the hell is Rockford doing knocking on my door for? He goes, what? I said, yeah, Rockford PD just knocked on my door. He goes, you're not in Rockford. I said, I know I'm not. I'm in Winnebago County. What the hell's Rockford? He goes, give me a second. He put me on hold for like 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, he goes, they'll never bother you again. I guarantee it. My buddy ripped Rockford a new one for coming out of... If anything, he's going to deal with me, he goes, we knew each other, but we were not friends. He goes, honestly, I don't like you. You're a jackass. I'm trying to get you... I'm waiting for the day I can arrest you. I'm like, yeah, I know. What the... He's like, if anyone's going to arrest you, I am. The funniest was out of Aurora. So, I got... give me a second. I got to... Boy, if you're not busy, you better get online and go to my channel because I'm going to start talking about Aurora and the time I got arrested. You know the time. So... It must have been like 7 or 8 o'clock. Now I'm up in Elgin area in Illinois. My friend, it was me, my friend Kim, and my woman. My friend Kim, his boyfriend was down in Bloomington, Normal area in Illinois. And I don't know what the real story, he was moving. So we get into my car, I drive all the way down there, pick him up, pick all the shit up, in my trunk, in the back seat. Kim and him are sitting in the back, my woman's in the passenger seat, I'm driving home. We're driving all the way home, okay, driving. We're coming to Aurora, it's snowing now. There's about an inch of snow on the ground. I'm not used to Aurora. It's like the second time I've ever been through town. So I don't know specifically where the lanes are. I'm driving in the lane where I can see the tire tracks, where you can see the road. So I come up to a stoplight, have my turn signal on, and I make a right-hand turn, and I drive another, must have been 4 miles. literally driving 4 miles, cops behind me. Right as we're getting out of town, he flips on his lights and pulls me over. I turned right from the straight. I looked at him and I go, well, get your plow guys out here and plow the fucking road so I can see the road. I don't know your roads. I don't know if that's a turn lane or not. I can't tell because everything's covered in snow. I'm driving where I can see the road. They end up arresting me because I was on a ticket. They're like, oh, well, we gotta arrest you because you don't have a license. You're on a ticket. I'm like, the ticket is a license, you idiot. So they arrest me, and they arrest Kim's boyfriend at the time. They didn't search the car, luckily, because there was a 3-foot bong that was in a clothes hamper that was in my back seat. They searched me and this other guy. They didn't do a good job at all, because they put both of us in the cell together. I still had a lighter. He still had his joints on him. Well, we're in fucking jail already. We can't get any more in trouble, right? So me and him are smoking in the jail cell. We're smoking weed in the jail cell. My woman and Kim are out in the lobby because we're like an hour away from my house. I had my woman call my parents because I didn't have enough money. They came and bailed my ass out. Did they? No, they didn't tow the car then. They towed the car the next day. So my parents get there. They bail me out. Me, Kim, and my woman go back to my house. In the morning, I drive from my house to my work, take a loan out from my boss to bail this other guy out, drive all the way back down there, park, go in, bail him out, come out, my car is gone. Motherfuckers towed my car. So again, I'm broke again because all the money I had was just, I got him out of jail. He never paid me back for that. Holy shit, that motherfucker never paid me back for that bail money. Kim, if you're listening, who the fuck was that guy? I gotta go beat his ass. Anyway, so now I gotta call my parents again. I have no car. I can't get anywhere, so they come pick me up. We go and get the car out. Go home. Now I go back for the court date. So we go to this restaurant and eat breakfast. After breakfast, I run over to the court, do my court, come back out, my car's gone again. Motherfuckers the restaurant towed my car because I wasn't a restaurant patron. I'm like, motherfucker, here's the receipt for the food I just ate here. Someone better go get my fucking car. I almost shut that fucking place down. I'm yelling in the middle of the restaurant. Motherfuckers towed my car. I ate here. I just gave you all my fuck. I just bought all. I want my money back for my food and everything. Da da da. Needless to say, Aurora, Illinois can suck my hairy ass. I don't go there no more. But then there was times that I got pulled over twice in 10 minutes at 2 o'clock in the morning in my hometown doing 90 in a 35 and walked away both times. That was an isolated incident because the cops changed my diapers when I was a kid. Oh, no one liked my car at the time. It was a 1999 Police Interceptor, Michigan State Blue. I had a broken antenna in the roof because they had in Michigan they have 2 antennas on the trunk and 1 on the back of the roof like above the back seat. When they were taking the antenna out, they mangled the metal. And all they did was put like a rubber plug in there, and the plug didn't sit right. So I took the plug out, took a antenna, because what a car antenna, it's two pieces, one with a thread that goes through the hole, the other one you screw in from the bottom and it clamps the metal. So by using that antenna mount, I was able to flatten the metal and squish it with a watertight seal. So I had it was like a 7-inch 460 megahertz antenna, one of the pigtails. On the trunk, what the hell did I have on the trunk? I had a 4-foot ham whip and another antenna. I can't remember the second antenna. I'd have to look at pictures. And then on the back fender, I drilled a hole and put a, if anyone knows from back in the 70s, the old ball mount CB antennas with the 8-foot whip, the ball mount that comes off the back fender, I put one of those on because I had a CB in the car. I had the floodlight on the car, the 8-foot whip off the back fender, the 4-foot antenna off the trunk. They hated my car. Everyone hated my car. My mom loved my car. On trips, she would get behind me and I would just cruise because everyone would just get out of my way, get out of my way, get out of my way. No one would drive in front of me. I would just camp in the fast lane and just cruise control it. Anyone that was following me, behind me, everyone's getting out of my way. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, I love the car. They tried arresting my ass for police impersonation at one point over that car. And because, one, I was in crownvic.net. And crownvic.net was a Crown Vic club. Not a Crown Vic, a Panther platform club. A Panther platform is the Ford designation of the full-frame, four-door car. The Crown Vic, the Grand Marquis, the Town Car, and then the Mercury Marauder. Those are the Panthers. So at the time, we were very responsible. No police impersonation, no lights, no talking about police impersonation, none of that shit. We didn't mess around with it. Now, everything about CrownVic.net is about police impersonation. But yeah, I made it a point because I knew that that was a thing. I didn't fuck around with that. I didn't even play around like that. But they actually tried arresting my ass because of that. No, that car was actually great luck. I was, with that car, I actually saved people's lives with that car. So, back in the day, because radios were all open, they weren't encrypted, you could hear calls coming in. Oh, the car's stuck in the ditch over here. Oh, there was an accident there, blah, 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 blah. Well, in the winter, I would go out in my hometown, listen for cars being stuck, and go there and help them get out. One of the calls was an ambulance slid off the road. They were trying to get to the hospital. They had a heart attack victim. They slid off the road into a ditch. They couldn't get out. It was all snowy. I hooked that motherfucker up to that Crown Vic. I pulled that full, what was it, a F450 no, not an F4. It was an international cab. An international cab ambulance. I pulled that sucker out of the ditch with that Crown Vic. And they were able to get to the hospital. I love that car. Especially since a police car rides 2 inches higher than a civilian Panther. Oh, I used to mud bog that car all the time. Yes, I wish I still had it. It is one of, honestly, I've never said it. It's one of the things, how do I say that? I got to think of how to say this. So, what happened was, I ended up getting arrested for weed, and I went to prison. My parents sold my Crown Vic while I was in prison. I specifically said, don't sell it for anything under X amount, which was like $4 or $5 grand. They sold it for $1,000 because they didn't realize that I put new cams in. I had a new differential. I literally had a 600 horsepower Crown Victoria. I souped it up. They ended up selling it for $1,000. Another thing was, I said I never wanted a Ranger. I hate a Ranger. If I was ever to get a pickup truck, I would get the S10. I had an S10 as a rental. I loved it. I'm not a Chevy guy, but I loved that S10 that I had a rental of. What did they do? They sold my Crown Vic for $1,000 while I was in prison and bought a flare side two-door Ranger. Hated that Ranger. A two-door is way too small for my sorry ass. I need an extended cab so I can put the seat back. Trying to drive a stick shift Ranger when your knees are up at your chin was not the easiest damn thing to do at all. And for years, I didn't hate my parents, but it was damn near close to hate. I loved that car. Bucket seats, no center console, had all my radios and shit there. The thing I really liked was the no carpeting. It had rubber. It had the rubber floor. I love that rubber floor. Honestly, if I had the money, I would gut my car, pull the carpeting out of my civilian Grand Marquis, and buy a rubber floor for it. I liked it that much. I'll be right back. I gotta go make up a bio break. Oh, maybe not. I gotta stretch first. Oh my God. Ooh. Oh my God. My eyes were floating, and I shouldn't have sat down because I need tobacco yet. Oh. All right. And if memory serves me, it's about that time, right? Yeah. Alrighty, gotta move this out of my way because I'm gonna cheat again. Get on the rail, damn it. Yeah. Pull this one. And then pull this one. This is second. Get this out of my way again. Okay, that's there. This comes up, this goes here.
Pattern 1, genetic green. Response to medical battery at 323 Argent.
Okay, that's done. So, this goes there. This okay, that's there. That's there. And eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a lion by his toe. If he hollers, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Okay. We're gonna give this sucker a workout. Okay. So, uh, well, hi, 1520, no, 1512. 44. Okay, and this, okay, let me get to chat real quick. Actually, let me get this started. We're gonna give this thing a run. Hopefully it's not messed up. Had a little problems last time I ran it. So last time when I changed the traction tires, it was binding up after I changed the traction tires. Ends up, I didn't screw in one of the pins into the drive rod pin into the wheel all the way. So I'm thinking that's what was messing it up. So we're going to watch this for a little bit. Lived in Texas 15 years ago. Putting flex handcuffs on the officer. Dislocated my shoulder because of handcuffs. Oh, jeez. I just did Lost Souls when I did my last bio break. I've been sitting here for 3 hours, didn't even realize it. Okay, we seem to be going pretty good. No binding yet. It's done pretty much a whole lap. We'll watch it though. NASA Helio card, do not know when it's coming out yet. Oh yeah, I am running a Southern Pacific, aren't I? I'm listening, hold on. Nothing. A deal, I mean, it's really good. Dude, the amount of money I've saved. Let's go through the Black Blue Goose, bought from the Refurb Shop, 10% off. The GS4, bought from the Refurb Shop, 10% off. The GC&E Shea, bought from the Refurb Shop, 10% off. The Norfolk and Western GP30, bought from Refurb Shop, 10% off. Goose was Displanes. Oh, the Challenger, bought from the Refurb Shop as an extra unit, 10% off. The FEF was from Lombard. The first Shea was from Lombard. That was from Lombard. I can't remember where the second unit came from. That was BLI. That was that was Lombard. That was Train World. Where the hell did I get that Wheeling and Lake Erie from? Might have been Factory Direct. Oh, well, I got to go look at the Refurb Shop now. I don't want you getting any good deals that I want. Do I have Broadway on here? No. Oh, kinda. What do we got? Ooh, nice Penn Central GG1. They got my Blue Goose there. The 51 through 53. They got an FEF3 386 two-tone gray. God, I wish that was an HO scale. I'd buy that in a heartbeat. A T1. A lot of N scale. That's pretty good. Even though it was more, 246 bucks for the Western Maryland unit like I got in the Refurb Shop. And if you were in the club, that's 10% off that. So 24 bucks off. I do like the Daylight GP, or I like the Daylight SD45, the $73.99, but I don't think I'm gonna get. Like I said, most of the diesels I'll buy from Rapido. Rapido is just a little bit above BLI on the diesels. Oh, we gotta smoke it up. We gotta smoke up the Blue Goose. Oh, did they release any new HO scheme? Nope, still that stupid Vanderbilt. And still the New Haven. Okay. I'm waiting for them to drop more steam. Yeah, they're not as detailed as HO, but the details that they omit, you kind of miss out on N scale anyway. Like grab irons, the spacing between the body and the grab iron is so minute that it might as well be molded in N scale. For those of you that use Mega Steam, when you're putting a bottle, you always want to empty your dropper and put an empty dropper into the bottle. Don't ask me why. The company says to do it. Well, you can thank the internet for that one. I seriously think the kids with their internet, kids should not be on internet. Internet should be like a bar. You got to be X amount to be able to go online. Would you let your kid go into a porn shop? No, then why are you letting them go online? Because all of online is technically a porn shop. You know, some of the biggest fights me and my ex had was about what we would get our kid. When they would get their phone. I grew up, my parents didn't buy us shit. We had to save up, and we had to go and get a job, save up for a car. They didn't buy us a car. We had to buy our own. My woman grew up in a small family. I'm the fifth of 5 kids. My woman's family, she was the second of 2 kids. So they had no problem buying cars for the kids because they didn't have a lot of kids. I said, no, we're not buying our car. You know, we're not buying the kid the car. They're going to buy their own. We're not going to have the kid have a phone. They're going to, if they want a phone, they can buy their own, just like I had to. I had to buy my own pager. I had to buy my own phone. Yeah, I had a pager. I'm that old. You gotta watch those bubbles. Yep. My girlfriend at the time loved my pager on vibrate. I had a Motorola Bravo. I was balling. You were telling me you were getting an inspection lantern. Oh, it was funny. The other day we had the bad storms come through and the power went out. I walked out in my front room, got the oil lamp out. I was the only one with light. Mine's in 2 months. I'm trying to arrange. This is not this. It's not what it sounds like. I'm trying to arrange my own birthday gift, and that's to hang out with a friend of mine that I haven't hung out with in like forever. I haven't talked to him in like since like 2017 or so. We just started talking again. Shit. 6-7 months ago. They're all busy though. They got a job. They got kids. They're taking care of their mom. They're lazy as hell. They always sleep. That was thrown out just in case they're listening. Lazy asses. Where the hell did my lighter go? Oh, there it is. This is another one I don't run much. Just because it's usually in the back. Which reminds me, okay, we're all good on that one. Dude, the Navy, I really like that. I can't believe how much I like that engine. Again, I bought it because it was just so freaking cheap. They were pretty much giving it away. What is that? That's a 490... No. I gotta go back and look. What is the MSRP for that? That was a retail from the CSX line. Wait a minute. Did they just do that? I gotta look at the Blue Goose. No, I gotta look at this one. No, okay. Man, I could have sworn it was 400 something. Saying the MSRP was $379.99 and I paid $160. Again, it's not my cup of tea, but oh man, I like that. And the fact that it's a made-up engine, I've made up the engine too. They sell it as an ES44, but being the much stronger foreign ES58 looks the same thing from the outside, I'm calling it an ES58. And I made up oh, what the hell would that have been? That would be this one? No. Yeah, it would be this one. Yeah, the Navy. It was made by GE in April of 2026. Its serial number is 200. Its order number is number 2. It's U.S. Navy number 44, ES58 ACI, 430,000 pounds, 42-inch wheels in the CC configuration. It has a GEVO 16 V16, unlike the 44s that have a V12. It's 110 miles an hour top speed. Its tractive effort is 200,000 pounds per foot, and that is a real number for the ES58. It's a diesel locomotive with 6,200 gallons of fuel and 6,200 horsepower. The delivery schedule for BLI? Nothing's coming out in BLI. The next thing that comes out that I want is the Yellow Jacket. Let's look at the delivery schedule though. Oh, the Bull Moose has finally hit the shelves, I guess. They're off the list. Oh, the Bull Moose? Yeah, I'm not getting the Bull Moose. I do like the two-tone gray one, but being I have such big eyes for everything, like I do want it. I'm limiting myself. The only steam I'm going to be getting now are shrouded steel, or shrouded steam. I'm gonna try to do. It's gonna be the biggest collection of streamlined locomotives in the world at this museum. And honestly, my dad says the same thing. You really don't know what money is. And I'm like, I do know what money is. You don't realize how much stuff costs. You know, the Shea for $300, that's cheap. To me, that's cheap when they're selling for $470 in the stores at the cheapest. He's like, you don't know what cheap is. I'm like, honestly, I kind of do. If you're paying $500, I paid $500 for my FEF2. If I paid $500 for that, and that's a single driver locomotive, you got to think of, you're now talking the Bull Moose is a dual driver locomotive. More gearing, more research and development and all that shit. And honestly, I never pay MSRP for BLI anyway. Again, I go to Lombard. Lombard discounts them. Like I said, I paid the newest locomotive, $470 for the Shay. Everywhere else, it's $560, $570. Another $100 more. BLI is, Lombard. Being close to Lombard and shopping at Lombard has really spoiled me. Oh, I could have looked at my phone. Because all the shit's on my phone too. The best damn app. It's called Model Railroader Constants. It's an inventory app. So, that was Des Plaines, that was Lombard, that was Lombard, that was Lombard. That was the refurb shop, that was Lombard, that was the refurb shop, that was the refurb shop. Where the hell did I get the high hood from? Oh, I did get it from Lombard Hobbies. The Blue Goose I got from the refurb shop. Where did I get the second centipede? That I got from Train World. The E8 I got from Factory Direct. Yeah, Factory Direct. The C30 I got from the mystery box. Top all the way to the right. Outlet store. Sorry, I should be calling it an outlet store. The reason I call, see, the outlet store holds the refurb shop and the Boyo shop. Every once in a while they run a Boyo sale, and that's in the outlet store too, but that's not refurb. Boyo is buy one get one free, which is where I got the BLI 3-bay hoppers. The coal hoppers, I bought 2 and I got 2 for free. And that's in the outlet store too. So when I say refurb shop, it's through the outlet store. So that was the that was the mystery box. The Class D was Lombard. The Hammerhead was Lombard. Yeah, Lombard. The second Shay was refurb shop. Oh, there it goes. Okay, let's look at that. Oh, yeah, okay. I see. Okay, I'm going to leave it like that so I can see what the hell it's doing. Oh, this is going to get pain. Okay, I can look at that later. So, let's kill all these. One. Okay. Which one am I going? This front on that road. I have no clue. I sent them a letter. Hopefully they get back to me. I don't know. I might have to call them. I got a bunch of questions in. What's going on with the GG1 is one question. What is the production number on the Western Maryland unit, and what's the production number on the Illinois terminal unit? Okay, you want to go backwards, you want this and that. Yep. Come on, Ryan. There you go. I'll have to look at that later when I have more time. Oh, I'm about to shave my head again, man. It's getting long again. Man, I don't know what's doing this. Yeah. The blue goose bound up again for some reason. I'm wondering if because I didn't have that drive rod tightened down all the way that it uncorded itself. Let's experiment. Famous last words. Alrighty, I think I fixed it. We'll play around with it tomorrow. You know, this would be so much easier if I had a DC setup that didn't have pulse. Depends. So there's two types of DC: straight DC and pulse DC. Pulse DC was like from the 70s, 80s up to the 90s. Pulse DC does not, DCC does not like pulse DC systems. A straight DC system, your DCC locomotive will run fine. Now what you do is in between your DC power supply and your track, you get BLI DC Master. It's a little box, 2 or 3 buttons on it. You can control the horn, the bell, and something else. I don't know. But you can control the sounds with your DCC locomotives on a DC system. DCC will run on both DC and DCC. DC will run on DC and Pulse DC. Pulse DC is almost like DCC. What Pulse DC does is when you apply normal power supplies, when you turn your rheostat up on your power supply, it ups, 0 to 0.1 to 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, all the way up to make it go faster. What the pulse system does is it pulses full voltage at a specific interval to correlate with the speed of the locomotive. And it only does it up to like 25. It's meant for really fine control of slow speed on DC locomotives. Like my troubler that I have running my switch buttons is a pulse DC system. It'll run DC fine. DCC will not like it though. Oh, that's right. The Norfolk and Western did come from the refurb shop. The club locomotive came from the club. The ES58, the Navy came from Lombard. So I think I really did fix the Blue Goose now. And I think that's what it was. Because I didn't have the rod connected all the way, it like got out of quarter. I mean, if worse comes to worse, I'll just send the whole locomotive back to BLI when they do the decoder reflash. Hate those damn traction tires. There's not enough clearance. It's really hard to get them in. I don't follow Strasburg. I know you're talking about a class one, something about a class one railroad. If you want smoke, don't get a Shay. The smoke units on the Shays completely suck to the point where I turned them off. I don't like the N scale smoke units at all. They don't smoke right. They like the smoke boils and pops out of it and it spits out oil and shit. I don't like them. Oh, that's fine. You want something with smoke? Well, definitely a BLI then. Something cool. Something... I assume cool means strange. You know, something that not everyone would have. Oh, man. I'd say a black goose, but I think they're all gone now. For a while, I saw a couple of them in the refurb shop, but that was like when I bought mine. Oh, let's go look. What do we got here? Let's find Strasbourg something good. Sorry. No, Lost Souls. That's what I need. Lost Souls. So let's look at the die cast, because that's going to be more in your range. The die cast, I mean, nothing really stands out. You got the Commodore Vanderbilt, the big boy, the GS4 that's sold out. You know, my GS4. You got the BMM Berkshire, the SP T1A Berkshire, the ATFS T1A Berkshire, the B6SB 060, the last year's big boy, the consolidation, the GS4 that's coming out, the FEF that's coming out, and the Vanderbilt that's coming out. S-scale? I honestly don't see very much S-scale in stores. I would think might be expensive and hard to get stuff. Do I got smoke in this one? No, a little bit. I think I might have to turn the fan up on this one. Yeah, American Fire is S-scale. It was the thing that competed against Lionel. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I have more diesels than steam, but I'm more of a steam guy. That's just the problem is the steams are a lot more expensive than the diesels. Especially the nice ones, because they're the brass hybrids. Like, I got my eye on another GS4. I had my eye on 3461. I also have my eye on the ATFS 2900 class. The FEF, Lost Souls, the FEF has smoke, stack smoke, and smoke whistle. Smoke it if you got it. Says the ATSF Black Goose. Damn it. There we go. It's really funny how they're all the same smoke unit, but they all smoke different. Like this black one's a real good smoker. The Black Goose is like the best smoker I got for steam engine. Oh, I was going through all the cop trouble I had today. What was that dude's name from Burlington Normal? From the Aurora arrest? Arrest. Man, I drank almost a whole Mountain Dew just now. I'm almost done with this bottle. I only opened it up a couple hours ago. When I win the lotto, I'm going to rip all this apart and get a whole new board built. That's what I'm going to do. God, I hate the horn on this thing. I will say one thing. I do not like the horn on the ES44s. the sensitivity is off or something. I can't get the long horn keeps coming in for the short horn. Like this. You know, I should be able to do that. See, that's the long. There you go, short. I don't know, they'll fix it. When I send in the Western Maryland to get the fix, I'm going to have them check the horn and then tell them, write down what you changed for the horn. Is it something I can do? I can fix mine here. If not, I got to send that one back too. Because I wonder. That has no ducking problem at all. Yeah, that has no ducking problem at all. So I wonder if they actually changed the ducking settings on these new ones. Because, I mean, I don't know if it's me or not, but it just so happens, this isn't the first time that I've mentioned something to BLI and then all of a sudden it just stops happening. I bought the Blue Goose. I bought a lot of engines that real quick together, and none of them had exploded views. And I told them, I said, listen, I'm paying $1,000 for this Blue Goose. I expect the exploded view to be in there, in paper. And all of a sudden, like a couple months later, all the new locomotives started coming out with exploded views again. I bitched about the horn. These new locomotives don't have a horn problem. And I bitched about the flag thing on the CSX, and all of a sudden their new, well, like I said, I still got to message them about that because they have two different renders, one showing the correct flag placement, or flag display, and the other one showing the wrong flag display. Fifteen 12's horn sounds so much better. The horns on these new locomotives, I'm not keen on them. The one thing I'm actually disappointed on the Southern Pacific GP30 is I bought it because it looked great. You know, you got this extra light in the back and all that shit, but it's a fake light. It doesn't light up. I was kind of disappointed on that one. I'm going to take a walk. Oh. Oh yeah, glowworm is in the process of being moved across the country. So I checked my tracking while I was doing the walk around. The Illinois terminal has been picked up and it's in the mail. I never noticed that. There's a knob in the cab of the Black Goose that's painted red. But I don't remember it being in the Blue Goose. I lied. It's in the Blue Goose too. So somehow I got to figure out how to take apart my turntable bridge, connect some wires to the track, and put a light in the little control house. I don't know how I'm going to do that. I want to do that though. Honestly, if I was to get a locomotive, I would probably get the S1. But being that that's so simple, it did not need to be brass at all, I won't be getting it. There's literally no detailing outside. It could have been done with metal, just like the FEF and the GS4 and the Challenger. What I do really have my eye on, man, I really like the Lima / Illinois Central Berkshires. One, because it was the very first Berkshire ever made. I was leaning towards the Lima, but I'm kind of leaning towards the Illinois Central now because I love my Illinois Central also. And then if I got the 2900, it would be, what number would this be? 2917 with the heralds on the tender. And I like this. I like the 2900 because it was the last. Yeah, it was the last one they ever built. And it was the heaviest ever built because they didn't use special metals. They used conventional metals because it was right after the war. The Streamline Hudson that's coming out later this year is just a crap. I would have really liked the Freedom train, but if it was done on this body with no skirts, because if the Locomotive was still surviving in 1979 and they did the Freedom train, it wouldn't have had the skirts. They wouldn't have put the skirts back on because they were just a pain in the ass to deal with. I do like that Lathe Valley though, but the Lathe Valley is supposed to be a 462, not a 464. Now they redid that the correct way in the 464 with the same body as the Rivarossi, which was an accurate body except for it was stretched because it was on a 464 also. No, it wasn't. It was on a 462. The 464 shell was on a 462, so the cab didn't look right at all because it was just hanging into space. But they did the fins and everything the correct way. I would so be down for that one. But I can't wait until my Yellow Jacket, which is the Chicago Northwestern. So the Chicago Northwestern bought a bunch of locomotives, and they were E-classes. They took two of them, 617, 620, or I'm sorry, 1617 and 1620, and redid them and skirted them and called them an ES class. And then they shortened the number from 1617 and 1620 to 617 and 620. I got the 620 on order. That's a nice, oh, I like that loco though. The problem is they keep doing like the same engines. Hudson. I'm looking forward to the Burke, although I have the Cardinal on the Cardinal models Burke in the nickel plate, but that's a way newer version of the locomotive. The Lima and the Illinois Terminal were the Lima and the Illinois Terminal is the exact same engine. They just the Lima sold it to Illinois Central and they renumbered at 1750. I like the Lima because it has the pinstriping and shit and the original water scoop. But I really like the Illinois Central because one, I like the newer of the units, and I love the Illinois Central red roof. Well, it's about time Dominic Toretto died. Dom is going to die in Fast 9. And then I was reading about this fucking chimpanzee civil war. Holy shit, man, that's going crazy. So the chimpanzees just raised up and started fighting each other. One whole group versus another whole group. It's crazy. They're beating each other with sticks and shit. They're like literally trying to wipe each other out right now. Which kind of proves evolution right there. Because at a certain point of evolution, you just start killing shit. Because you're still animalistic, but you don't have the knowledge to go, maybe I shouldn't kill things. They're just killing everything. I mean, really, I'm dead. I'm not joking. There's literally a chimpanzee civil war going on. I thought it was a joke at first. Then I looked into it. No, man. They're literally biting like hands and feet and shit off. They're chopping the hands off. I don't know how they're chopping the hands off, but they're finding them with no hands and no feet and bite marks all over and shit. Some of them are being decapitated. And Daryl from, what's that auction show? With Dave that goes, yep. Daryl died. Poor Daryl. I used to watch that show all the time. What I really liked watching was Ice Road Truckers. Especially once Lisa Kelly got on the show. Oh my God. If I'm ever going to be stuck on an island and I couldn't have my first choice, she would be my second choice. I love me my Lisa Kelly. Speaking of DC Master, they got a refurbished one in the refurb shop for $44.99. Glowworm is Illinois Terminal 1072's nickname because it's that bright lemon green. They nicknamed it Glowworm. I am so... it's like this color. Almost. That's literally a bucket list of mine. When we had N scale, I talked my dad into getting one for his layout. He had 1072 on his layout. And as soon as I saw it was coming out, I wanted it. I called everyone. Yeah, I'm getting the BLI SD70 ACE, Norfolk Southern Illinois Terminal Heritage Unit. BLI released it as a distributor exclusive, and I called everyone around me, and none of them buys from Hobby Time, so I couldn't get it. Which is kind of why I ended up with the Western Maryland. I wanted a heritage unit, and that one just looked awesome, even though it's a newer heritage. But yeah, I guess the prices have come down on those. Like 4 months ago, I saw them. They were like $450, $500 on eBay. Now they're like, what did it, 3 something? I don't know. He had the guy that I bought it from. It's like a hobby shop online or something. Man, he has the engines. Holy cow! I'm looking through his list. I'm like, ooh, I want that, and I want that, and I want that, and I want that. Ooh, I want 2 of those. Oh, okay, hold on. I'm gonna do this up. I gotta turn that off. I gotta turn this off. And I'm blue. Dabu dee babu die, dabu dee dabu die. Have I ever told you what these lights do, Lost Souls? These are actually fish tank lights. Let me turn one off so I can do it all. Okay, so obviously this is max. You have your cloudy day. You have your thunderstorm. You have, that's supposed to be a sunny day. Now again, this is for plants. So sunny, I mean, it looks red. And then you got your moon. So we'll go back up to max. You can do only blue, only green, only red, and only white. You then have your 24/7. So what is it? Oh, it's not. So the times are 12, 3, 6, 9, 12, 3, 6, 9. That's your 24 hours. And this is what the demo is. It's a quick of through the whole cycle. And you can actually set it. Obviously it's easiest to set it at the numbers on the quarters, the 12, 3, 6, 9, 12, 3, 6, 9. But you can customize set it. You can change what the settings are. Like for the fish, it only goes out by like the lights go off by 3 a.m. But I redid it so the lights went off by 9. So from 9 to like 6, it was just dark for the tanks. The lights were off. But yeah, it's all crazy shit. They're called Phoenix CRV lights. Hey Arturo, how's it going? How's Mexico? The red is really hard on your eyes. It really is. The green, I like the green because it makes it look like black and white kinda. Or like a Serpra or so. Obviously the two top camera, the bottom camera I'm talking about. Yep, we added a third camera. So we got the, that is actually north. In real life and in the layout. This is the southwest camera. We got the station cam and we got the water tower cam. Eventually I'll be adding a fourth one, which is the roundhouse cam. Yep, that's what I was talking about, Lost Souls. Like I said, the newer camera, the water tower camera, that's my newest camera, so it's going to probably have the best CCD. But the manual camera, which is a Southwest, the main camera, that was I bought that during the shutdown. Oh, and it was like a $5 camera. So I mean, no, because you can buy, what you do is you buy the decaling. You can buy literal, like railroad decaling, Santa Fe. They'd have the Santa Fe lettering that they used and the Santa Fe numbering that they would use, the fonts. You can buy an Amtrak. It would have the Amtrak logo, the Amtrak lettering, their fonts, so on and so on. And they also sell like General, which is just what I guess they would call it, railroad font. Wait a minute. Wait just a goddamn minute, Lost Souls. I'm going to post a link for you. You're going to contact this guy. He made my custom decals for my 45 tonner. I sent him a picture. I sent him the measurements of where I wanted the decal to go. He did an excellent job. Can you see that? Not really. But he made that custom decal for me. He it was like $10. He did a real good job on him. This is the Bachmann 45 tonner that died. I would love to get this thing fixed. Because this is actually a locomotive that's in my hometown. And it's not in this paint job. This was the original paint job when they first got the locomotive. Now it's orange with a black stripe. It kind of looks gaudy, but what are you going to do? They own the locomotive. Okay, give me a second. I'll go get that info. As I was telling the story, I realized he never paid me back for the bail money. So, okay, Lost Souls, that's the link. The guy's in Canada, but it shouldn't be too bad because it would be just like an envelope being shipped anyway. He packages them real nice, puts them between cardboard and stuff. At least he did mine. And like I said, relatively, I mean, I messaged, I don't know how I found him, but I messaged him and I told him this is what I want to do. He goes, okay, you know, give me the dimensions of the spot. And I sent him a picture of the original locomotive and I said, this is what I want it to look like. He even put the builder's plate in the decal and everything. It was great. He did he like did above my expectations. Like I said, I'd love to get that thing fixed, but I have no clue how. I don't really want to spend $300 on a $70 locomotive to buy a second one for parts. The one thing I dislike about BLI is not all their horns actually match. Like that doesn't sound like this. One's a little bit lower. The grade crossing is the same as the horn, but the long horn, to me, it sounds like a different horn. It will. Like I said, he'll do custom shit too. I mean, he didn't have anything of that locomotive. I had him make that. And it's really cool. He'll send you a picture with watermarks. So obviously you can't use it. To see, okay, is this like what you want, and da-da-da-da-da. For a Canadian, he was pretty okay. I mean, granted, this was years and years ago. It was before COVID. I did trains before COVID. I did fish during COVID. Now I'm back to trains. But yeah, they're water slide. That's what he prints on water slide decal paper. What sounds fishy to you? Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to find him and break his legs. Oh. Ah. Well, no, what originally happened was I had N scale for a year and it just was too small. So I went to HO for a year. And then I got the idea of starting my own business, which would be breeding fish. So I sold all the train stuff and started to fish. And then my landlord started saying that I was using too much power and then I'm messing up his building and shit. And I'm like, dude, I pay the power, and all this shit takes up less fucking power than a TV, dude. Everything I had was all high efficiency shit. The air pump I had was a linear piston air pump. It ran at like a half amp. And I could run 80 tanks off of it. The lights were all LED, high efficiency lights. The only thing I had that was using electric was the heaters. And I split that up between 3 different circuits in the building. I drilled a hole in the floor in this room. I dropped the cord down. I drilled a hole in the front room and I dropped the cord down. And then I used the basement circuit also. But he was just being an ass. I'm like, screw it, fine. I got rid of all the fish. And then I proceeded to like report him at every little thing he did. Like, he was pissed. I had ice build up. Like, I don't know why. We have no insulation in the ceiling, in the attic. So the snow just melts and turns into ice and then dry. I had icicles from the gutter all the way to the ground, literally. So, and like 8 inches of ice out on I couldn't even open my door. So I called him, I'm like, listen, can you give me the key to the side door? Because it's the back door, pretty much my back door. No, you can't have a key to that. I'm like, okay, are you sure? You're gonna die on this hill over a $3 key, huh? Especially since it's for security reasons is bullshit, because I have a key to the other back door on the other side of the building that goes down into the other person's basement, because all the power boxes are down in the one basement. I'm like, this is really the hill you want to die on? You're not getting a key. Okay, so I called the village. He ended up getting fined for every little thing. Oh my God, he was pissed. Why'd you call me? I'm like, hey, you could have gave me a $3 key. You decided to be a jackass. What he doesn't realize is when I leave, I'm putting a lien on this building. Because the sump pump, the old landlord used to give me a discount in rent because the sump pump was on my electric for the whole building. This new landlord, he won't do that. So in essence, he's stealing electric. I don't deal with SMT. I used to watch him, and one of his mods is a little puss, and he kept blocking me for no reason. So I just stopped watching him. I even messaged him and I'm like, dude, your mods are blocking me for no fucking reason at all. Well, the mods have the mods are doing what the mods do. I'm like, dude, okay, fine. Honestly, I don't care. I'll go watch someone else's stream. Don't even know a Harrison. Honestly, if I'm going to get it fixed, I'm going to take it to my guy up in, the guy that works at DCC Back Shops. One of the techs lives right by me, like an hour away. And I'm glad I finally got a hold of him again, because my dad needed work done back in the day, and we found him. And I lost his email and everything, but somehow I found him again, so. No, he blocked me. Again, I don't have no clue why. He never said what I did. One day I went in there and none of my stuff was being posted. I was trying to ask him a question. Maybe it's because I kept telling him. One of the problems we had is he keeps claiming he has OCD or ADHD or some shit, and I'm like, for someone who has OCD that you keep claiming you have it, you sure don't act like it. Because someone with OCD would make sure he has a thing of, all the cars have to match the locomotive. And I told him, I'm like, that's not how trains are, though. They don't take the shit out of a boxcar and put it into a Canadian, they don't take stuff out of a Union Pacific boxcar and put it in Pennsylvania. No, they just transfer the whole boxcar. And I made a joke once. I'm like, you know, for someone with OCD, how do you always get the order of your passenger cars wrong? That's something someone with OCD would definitely get right if you had OCD. That, and I think he's pissed because I never sent him the package I said I was going to send him, because they wanted almost $80 to send literally. Hold on, because I still got the damn box. So I had a bunch of goodies packed up. Extra wire because he was all at the big, when I started the box, this was like a box that I built with over like 6 or 7 months. Just odds and ends of shit. They wanted $80 to send this box to Canada, and I'm like, oh shit. Fucking cameras. So they wanted $80 to ship this to him. It's a 10 by 10 by 8. And I'm like, dude, I'm not spending $80 to ship this box. It wasn't even heavy. It was I had my first soldering iron that I bought. That was just a standalone soldering iron I had in here. I had a box of just N scale wheels and shit like that because he was doing N scale now. But I'm like, I can't, no offense, man, I can't spend $80 to send this box to you. There was an engine in here. I went and bought, because he always, again, people don't listen. I keep telling him he needs feeds. He doesn't put the feeds on it. So I went to the store and I had like 5 or 6 feed. The Kato the Unitrack feeders that I had in the box and everything. I'm like, I'll wait until, it comes down in price. But one of the things I told him, I'm like, for someone who hasn't been in the hobby that long, he just got into the hobby. He doesn't know the ins and, he doesn't know everything, and he's giving out advice. I'm like, how do you even know your advice is right? You don't know enough. You've only been in the hobby for like a year. Oh well, not my problem anymore. Honestly, his streams were getting kind of stupid anyway. He is so rough with his locomotive. He abuses the shit out of his stuff. He runs this Blue Goose that he has in sub-freezing temperatures out on his outside deck. Oh, it has been a bullshit. The wind blows and the carpeting was moving up and down. It's not a room, it's all open to the outside. What it was a deck an outside deck that they put a roof on and then sealed it with windows. The decking was still open. They just put a carpeting over the deck. That's not an inside room. It may look like an inside room, but it's not. It's just, I don't know. Again, I got my rules, and I don't break my rules. I kept telling them, like, dude, you're gonna ruin these engines. You keep running them when it's 40, 0 degrees out and shit like that. The locomotives aren't made to run in 0 degrees. And you see how many problems he has with his Blue Goose. Oh, it's too cold out. Well, yeah, because they're not meant to run outside. Hey, Canadian. In essence, it pretty much comes down to picture me becoming picture me going into medical field. I got a year in, and I'm telling a doctor that has 30 years in that that he might be doing something wrong or something. You don't have the knowledge to even say that. Shut the fuck up. Obviously, the accumulated knowledge that someone has for being in something for 30, a doctor for 30 years, obviously a brand new, first year doctor isn't going to know anything that the 30-year doctor does. The more you're in it, the more you accumulate. It's going to sound like a crazy idea. What about an old 386, 46, 586 chipset cooler? Those are small, like about an inch by an inch, with a fan that runs on, what would that be, 5 volt DC? Honestly, I can't remember what they run on anymore. It's been so long. I used to like watching Iron Horse, but all he does now is model building. So I stopped watching him. Have fun, man. Yeah, I got about another hour yet. Another successful 12-hour stream. Man, you know what? A Halloween train, huh? On a scale from 1 to 10, how serious are you about the Halloween train? I I asked this because I used to play a game called Train Station. I was really into it. I have a bunch of Halloween locomotives in that game. I can sign on. Okay, what I'll do, I'll sign on to Train Station tomorrow and take screenshots of all the Halloween trains, so you can get you can kind of get maybe ideas of a paint scheme for it. Different ideas. Lost Souls, what you need to do is come out to Freeport, Illinois during Halloween. In Freeport, there's a place called Silverton and Stephenson Railway, I think it is. They have a 1914 Heisler wood burner that pulls their Halloween train at night. Oh no, Train Station, they have a Train Station 3 out now? I hated Train Station 2. Train Station 2 was so much different. I'm talking about, they would call it Train Station Classic now. Originally it was just called Train Station though. See, I don't like Train Station 2 because it's a map-based thing. Whereas Train Station Classic, your main thing was your station, your town. You dispatched trains that went to, like, 10 minute, 15 minute, 20 minute, 30 minute, hour, 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours, 12 hours, up to like a week was the longest one you could send them before. And I like that because, oh, I'm going on vacation. Okay, I'll send my trains out for a week, so I don't have to deal with them while I'm on vacation and shit like that. Well, look at that. I just picked a hole in my arm. Hey George, I got that dry elbow syndrome happening. I was scratching it, now I'm all bleeding. Which really sucks because I'm on blood thinners too. How did he die? Oh, he scratched his elbow. That's how he died. He bled out. You missed it, man. I've been going since noon. I'm gonna be ending at midnight here. Although you came at the perfect time, because you get to see my black goose, one of only 51 ever made. Oh, god damn it, I forgot my other cameras. You know, it would be so much easier to move my bed into the den and the den into the bedroom. Ugh. Oh, you know what? I was just thinking about this. It might be because I called him a dumbass. The whole Matt thing. I called him a dumbass for buying that Bachmann. That toy Bachmann train that you can only control with your phone. He made the comment, I don't have money for it. I said, well, you'd have money if you stopped buying shitty locomotives. I don't understand. He's had so many Bachmanns break on him. I don't understand why he would keep buying Bachmann. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. It doesn't make sense to... my brain doesn't compute that. When he broke his GS4, again, a stupid brain. I don't know what the hell he was doing. He decided to not hook up the tender and pulling the whole train via the wires going to the tender. And he pulled the wires out. Just stupid mistake. How the hell do you not hook up a tender? I don't understand it. How do you not notice that there's a big gap between the engine and the tender? That, and he doesn't watch his trains. Like, there's so many times that it's just, I got to the point where I couldn't watch him anymore. Honestly. It's like, what's he gonna fuck up today? What's he gonna crash and break today? I mean, I have Bachmann. That blue train that I showed you, that's a Bachmann. The GP30, my original, work. Bloody Nose GP30. That was a Bachmann. Both of them are still here. They're on display. I got my AHM BL2. I got my Mantua. I mean, I'll buy old shit. That, and he, honestly, I'll give him somewhat. He talks of Proto up a lot too. But Proto is just as bad as Bachmann, at least in those days. Proto gears are horrible. honestly, I don't know who. They might be the same gears. In fact, the Proto 2000, the original Proto 2000s from the 90s, and Bachmann gears might be the same shit. Yeah, I mean, I'm the one that did all the settings for the Blue Goose. You know, the sound settings and the smoke settings and, you know, da 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 da. And I gave him to it. He refused to read the book to figure out how to do the shit. At a certain point, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. Oh, this one? 10 foot wall to wall, or 10 foot 1 inch wall to wall, 4.5 foot. The leg is a 4x3, where the turntable is. It's a recycled N scale board. I actually made this board for the N scale layout. If I was making a board for the HO layout, I would like totally make it different. I'd probably make it 5 foot instead of 4.5 wide. I would make the leg a 4x4 instead of a 4x3. And over in the corner, I would put a triangle so I could do a L-shaped dual or quad track, or, you know, I don't know what I would have been able to get in the inside, but I would have more than just the oval. But that would, I mean, I would have to redo the whole damn thing. That would move my microphone. That would move my whole control panel. I'd have to move my programming track and all that shit. Half the stuff I don't even know where I would end up. Well, the programming track would probably go behind the laptop on the edge of the board by the turntable. The controller would probably move down to here, and the triangle would go in the corner so I could make that turn. If I had the money, yes, I would redo the whole board. The only thing I would do, I would probably keep it all the same except for making it 5 foot instead of 4.5. And I would move everything this way. So I'd have a little bit more room on that far side to get up and down. Because honestly, all this wood is recycled wood. These used to be shelves in my basement. The 4x3 leg is made up of 3 pieces of plywood. This is a piece. Yep. No, this is 3 pieces. 1, 2, 3 across. I think that's only 2. But I made this in 3 modules. There's a seam going right down the middle here that I have to pick up. To get it out, I have to pick it up like this and then lay it down on each other. Originally there was a dining room table under this layout. That was my legs. So I put the both boards on, and then I lifted it up like a teepee and brought it down, and it pushed it into the wall to keep it tight. If my legs were good, I would have done the layout in the basement, and it would have been huge. I'd be able to fit a whole full circle roundhouse down there. It would probably be close to, obviously it wouldn't be a complete square, but I could, what is it, 20 by 40 feet down there? Something like that. And that's still leaving the room, you know, a big walkway going towards the washer and dryer, the furnace, and the dryers. But yeah, the whole basement would be just full. But I'd have to fucking replace all it. I'd have to replace the door downstairs. I'd have to replace the wall downstairs because it's just shoddy walls. And so if I'm having that much money down in the basement, I'm gonna secure the fuck out of it. If you have the Bachmann Kato, I think Atlas makes the track like this too, with the road bed on it. You can do it on carpet. This type of track you can do on carpeting because it won't pick up anything. This type of track you cannot do on carpeting because the carpeting fibers will stick up and your engines will suck them up. And yeah, that just leads to horrible, horrible things. Oh, I don't know, till I die? Till it gets too expensive to live here? I've lived here since 2012. I love this area. I hate that I'm on a first floor because I can't. I'm anal. I can't leave my windows open at night when I'm sleeping. I don't trust the area enough to do that. But as for like quiet, it's quiet as hell here. I mean, at some point I might have to move in back at my parents' house. I live an hour away from them, and I drive back and forth every week to take my dad to the doctor and stuff. And both my parents they don't drive. My dad can't see good, so he can't drive. My mom doesn't have a license because she didn't get it renewed the last time. At some point, something tells me I'm going to have to move back into them to take care of them. And if that's the case, I've already kind of started talking plans. I would probably turn the whole garage into a layout. Or I would, no, this could fit downstairs. I'd have to move the couch. Or I could go above the couch. It's funny because my parents, oh, thank you for doing this. I'm like, dude, it's our fucking job. My parents don't realize how I think, I guess. They took care of me when I was a kid. It's my job to take care of them when they turn back into kids. I was born way too late. I think like an 1800s person. I can honestly, I can honestly foresee society going back to how they lived in the 1800s, where grandparents, parents, and children would all live in the same house still. Because, shit, man, the pricing is just getting crazy. First of all, you can't buy a new house. They suck. They fall apart. And rent, man, it's like $2,000 a month out by my parents for something that's like half as good as the place I'm in now. Yeah, I mean, I've been looking out by my parents to move out there. It's just, I can't afford it. It's almost triple my rent here, out there. But the fact of this driving the hour and a half, if there was an emergency, my dad's going, I need to go to the hospital. Okay, I'm on my way. Get in the car, hour and a half. Takes an hour and a half to get out there. Actually, that day it took me like 45 minutes. I was driving like fucking crazy. I think I was doing an average of 90 that day, when usually I do an average of 70. Yeah, but that's the thing. I can't get anywhere closer than what I am now for anything affordable. I have technically this is a 2-bedroom because there's a closet. I have the bathroom, the front room, the kitchen, the hallway, and a full basement for my unit. To get something like this out there, I'm looking at $2,500 to $3,000. Okay, I gotta read this out loud because this confused me. I have a plan for my layout. Oh, by the way, is it sacrilegious to put a... Am I going Spirit Halloween? God, are my eyes at S? Wow, maybe I need glass. I can't read the screen. What the hell's going on? My eyes broke. I'm reading that as Spirit. I can't really make it out. On a Halloween themed model train. I don't know. I really wish you could make chat bigger. Oh, we don't have anything like that. No, you can put anything on. I mean, shit. I'm actually considering. I was at Lombard, so I'm at Lombard Hobbies when I picked up the 44 and the Switch. Right by the cash register, they have an HO scale model of Lombard Hobbies, and I'm looking at it going, oh, I so want it. So I go, how much is it? $80. I'm like, ooh, I'm so gonna wait. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, shit, you want to do a Christmas tree on your, you want a train on your Christmas tree? You can do a train on your Christmas tree. I've seen it before. The only real rule I have on layouts per se is never do any ground decorating until you're all done with your track and all your buildings are in place. And I say that to save you money, because I did this on my original layout that's at my parents' house still, up on the ceiling. We painted it the green. I put the track down, 2 ovals with a single crossover, and then I started decorating. And then I added the roundhouse. So a big chunk of that decorating was cut out and thrown out. All that money and time wasted. Then I added more track. I got to scrape off all this work, all the decoration I've done, trees and grass and bushes and all. Don't do it until you're done. People say don't tell people what to do on the layout. Guess what? I don't believe that at all. I will tell people don't make the mistakes that I've made. Pose, you missed it. We were talking about Kevin earlier. Kevin from California, fish killer Kevin. Okay, Pose, answer me this. How many months did I try to help that kid before I just snapped on him? It's an honest question. Because to me it felt like years. I know it wasn't years though. See, Pose knows me. 6 months? Yeah. And dude, I could see making a mistake. Oh, my fish died. But when you were when I'm an animal guy. I will stick up for a dog, even a cat, and fish more than I will stick up for a human. Any day of the week. Why? Because a human can fucking say, no, don't do that. Dogs and cats and fish and shit can't. But the shit I was seeing, I'm like literally going, dude, you're a fucking murderer. And we're not talking goldfish. We're talking, some of these fish were 30, 40, 50 bucks a pop. Oh yeah, dude, I'm in that 6 months, I would have guessed probably 100, at least 100 fish. At least. And those axonals, how much were those axonals? 75 bucks a pop? Yeah, pretty much, yeah. At midnight, the stream will shut off. Well, it should. Let me rephrase that. At midnight, I might keep going for a little bit. might not end exactly at midnight, but at midnight the stream gets cut off for the recording. YouTube has a 12-hour limit. Oh, hell yeah. Remember the 72-hour angelfish breeding stream I did? Shit, no. It was more than 72 hours. That was Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and I ended it at Monday night. Have fun, Lost Souls. Oh, I can't do it with this one. I was going to do shaving a haircut for you. There you go. I gave you a toot goodbye. I actually am able to do shaving a haircut with the centipedes. It comes down to, I watch something and how do I explain this? It all comes down to I try to save you. It really does. I tell people how to do things because since 1984, I've learned. I've tried shit all different ways since 1984. I pass on the shit that works. That's what I said. Horse to water. That, and you feed a man for what the problem was I was trying to teach the kid how to fish, but he kept coming up to me asking me, can I have a free fish today to eat? Can I have a free fish today to eat? At a certain point, I just had to say, no, you're going to have to fish to learn how, you're going to have to fish to eat. I'm not going to keep giving you the answers. You have to do it. My God, that kid pissed me off so bad. Oh my God. He pissed me off more than, what was that old dude I always used to argue with? The one that lived in his basement with his kids. The New Jersey guy. Anthony? Was that his name? You know who I'm talking about though, right? No, Pose knows him. He was from the fish group. I can't remember his name. He was the old guy. He made signs and shit. Oh yeah, oh my God. For those watching, if you think I'm bad here, my God, you should have seen some of the streams between me and this one guy. He would say the stupidest shit. He thought the earth was flat. He didn't, he thought ISS was in our atmosphere. He said you can't see ISS from the ground. I'm like, dude, I've literally used to go out every month and watch it. Yeah, and honestly, yeah, the Earth is only 6,000 years old. We never went to the moon. It's flat. We've never been to space. There is no International Space Station. The moon was a hologram. Oh no, we're in a fucking dome. That's what it is. We're in a dome. That's what it was. That was when I was young and crazy before my heart attack, though. But, I mean, we would just get into it, literally screaming at each other for an hour or so. No one else could talk. It would always be a group of, like, maybe 6 to 8 people. No one else could talk. We would just be going at it. And it was because I'm trying to have an actual real conversation, and I don't think he was. So I'm trying to ask questions to create a baseline of what we can base everything on. And he would always change his answers for the baseline. I would ask the same question, he would always change it. I'm like, dude, stop fucking around. We're trying to have a real conversation. You know the one person from the fish group that I actually still think about? I can't remember his name either. That young kid lived up in the Northeast with his girlfriend. They got kicked out of the parents' house, and he was living on the street. He was asking people for money. And, I'm the jackass, the logical jackass. I'm like, well, because it was really cold out. It was like warning cold, like they were like 40 below cold. And I'm like, well, go to a library, go to a fire station, go to a police station. You can sit in the lobby and warm up. No, I can't go to any of those. Yeah, he just disappeared. I suspect I know possibly what he got in trouble for. I don't want to say it because people hate, but the fact that he said he couldn't go to certain warming places made me start thinking. But that is the one person I actually do still think about from the fish family. To the point where I hope he didn't die. I know he was living out in the street and bitter cold. I hope he didn't die. He just gone. I go to Adele, Cox stream, Adele from Australia. Collaboration of Curiosities. I was in the stream, or her stream the other day, and we were talking, and I said that you stopped by and all that. She, eventually, hopefully she'll stop by. I don't know. Because she, I guess she missed you. But she still streams regularly. She's getting married. She's engaged to some guy from Beans and Toastland? UK, I'm guessing? I don't know. I'm happy for her. She finally, with all the problems she's had and being alone, I'm happy she found someone. I hope it works out. I don't want to sound negative, but the whole Australia and UK thing. that's I mean, that's a harsh thing. But she seems very happy now. Again, like I said, I hope it works out. If she, again, everyone annoys me. Posiwi annoys me sometimes. She annoys me. Posiwi and her, and Adele don't annoy me as much as most people do, though. They're actually pretty chill. But yeah, I'm happy for her. I hope it all works out. Well, no offense, you do. Get your shit together. Get your train going. Let's go. You keep coming up with excuses. Oh, I gotta do this. I gotta do that. Oh, shut up and do it. As Captain Janeway would say, just do it. I don't have enough, how do I say? The amount of time I've hung out with Adele and Posiwi in streams is like 1,800 times the amount that I've had the channel going here. I mean, what was the fit? 3 or 4 years every night? No, 2 years. I mean, it was literally every night we were online. Let's just say this. My ex used to say, I'm Dr. Gregory House without the medical degree. So, oh yeah! What cop? I remember doing. I did the fire on this channel. Didn't I do a fire on the fish channel too? There was a fire across the streets or something. I should really look through those videos again. I pretty much closed the channel down because I was, well, to put it bluntly, a fucking jackass on it. Stormwatch, I still got that channel too. It's kind of defunct because I had to move all this equipment into this room. Eventually I want to get another mic by the computer and another camera and shit like that, and I will start doing the weather streams again. Oh, damn. You better kick Miss O'Leary and her cow out of your town. Yeah, for those that are here, if you think watching my railroad stream, if you think I'm bad, you should have seen me in the fish streams. I was a 10 and I'm like a 2.5 now. Do you agree, Posiwi? What level do you think I'm at? If I was a 10 on the fish, what am I now? Maybe a 3? Okay.